once again, I remind members to go ahead and other participants to go ahead and turn off your phones or turn them to vibrate. Mr. Chairman, you can go ahead and start.
Okay, thank you, Max. Call to order the virtual regular meeting of the Planning Commission on Friday, August 14th, 2020. Mr. Weber, would you please do a roll call?
Sure. Mr. Trunzo.
Here.
Mr. Covington.
Here.
Mr. Hunker. Mr. Hunker. I'll skip that and come back. Ms. Matcha.
Here.
Ms. Lucier.
Here.
Mr. Strange.
Here.
Mr. Kaufman.
Here.
And Mr. Perry.
Here.
Mr. Hunker. I see you, but can't hear you.
He is not muted.
He can't hear you either.
Are you texting?
Mr. Hunker.
I just sent Mr. Hunker a text. Hopefully his phone is there.
Are you there?
Hello? Hey. Oh, hang on. I shut off everything. Sorry.
I hear him now.
Now.
I can hear
Okay,
you.
I just called him. Try again.
Yeah, I took all the precautions and I shut everything off. All right.
Okay, we're doing the roll call.
We're doing a roll call. Are you present?
Yes.
Okay, we have all 9 members of the Planning Commission present, and we have a quorum. And do you have the verification of meeting notice? Anne? Muted. Here, she's unmuted.
Okay, I'm unmuted.
Okay.
The agenda for the Planning Commission regular meeting was posted in City Hall and on the city portal on August 6th. I don't know where the feedback's coming from. Public notice for public hearing of site plan review application number 0620-03, clear space for the property located at 415 Rehoboth Avenue, was posted in City Hall and on the city portal on July 23rd. Notice was published in the Cape Gazette on July 28th and July 31st, Coast Press on August 5th, Delaware State News on July 29th and July 30th. Notification specific to this project was mailed out to property owners within 200 feet and signage was posted on the property. Public notice for the public hearing of site plan review application number 0620-03, Rehoboth Spotlight for the property located at 417 Rehoboth Avenue, was posted in City Hall and on the city portal on July 23rd. Notice was published in Cape Gazette on July 28th and July 31st. Coast Press on August 5th and Delaware State News on July 29th and July 30th. Notification specific to this project was mailed out to property owners within 200 feet and signage was posted on the property. Chairman, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Ann. The next order of business is approval of minutes. We have the minutes of the regular meeting held on July 10th, 2020. Are there any comments or changes to those minutes from any of the members of the planning commission?
Just a point of clarification, do we have those minutes? I think I have the July 24th.
I'm sorry. Yes, we only have a special meeting held on July 24th.
Yeah.
Sorry. Any comments about those minutes? If not, is there a motion to approve?
Make the motion to approve.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, thank you. We have a great deal of correspondence that relate to matters pertaining to the public hearings on the applications by ClearSpace and Rehoboth Spotlight, and we'll consider those when we get to the public hearing portion of this meeting. Next order of business is old business and comprehensive development plan CDP update, including discussion of next steps. The Vice Chair, Mr. Trunzo, is going to cover this matter.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you everybody for joining our meeting today. We've had a very active month with the CDP. So as you'll recall, at the special meeting on Friday 24th, July 24th, Debbie File presented a progress update on the CDP and discussed the next steps. The presentation can be found as part of the agenda packet for the 24th special meeting at the city's website, and the discussion is also in the meeting minutes that we just approved. So Debbie File led the discussion of the initial and recommended goals for each chapter. So we, the PC, were issued homework to review the initial goals and recommend additional goals for consideration for each chapter. And we gave ourselves a due date 2 weeks later, this past Friday, August 7th. Everyone here completed their homework. We got 100% A+, thank you. And having seen, I think, all of them at this point, we got some very excellent input. So now Debbie and her staff at KCI is very busy reconciling and updating the input from the PC in preparation for our next special meeting for the CDP, which will be in about 2 weeks. It will be in 2 weeks, August 28th, 2020. And at that point, we'll get to see the results of everybody's effort and give it some fine tuning if needed. So just to cover again for everybody, the public and everyone else, remember that the CDP project scope has 4 phases. Phase 1 was the identify resources, data collection, that sort of thing. So that's been completed. Phase 2, we had our kickoff, we had the surveys, and we had community outreach event. That is also completed mostly. I'll talk about the mostly in a minute. So Plan 3, the input and draft internal document, is underway now at KCI, and the goals that we've been working on for the past few weeks are critical to getting that organized and together. But we also decided, because in this year of the pandemic and all of our very lofty goals earlier, to have the expos and the public outreach, there are folks who still want to provide input, and they should be able to. So we reopened the interview phase to last until the end of this month, and I gave everyone until August 31st, the end of the month. So every group has been contacted. Earlier in the week, I was able to contact all the city committees. We offered them the opportunity to supplement the record if their goals and programming have changed since we initially talked to them, because for some groups, a lot has changed in the 6 months of the pandemic. I also contacted all the other organizations yesterday. I gave them the same thing, the same instructions. If you didn't respond, we would still like you to respond. If you did respond, you don't have to respond, but if you have new information, we would love to have it. And we also told everyone that at the next meeting, August 28th, anyone that wishes to present virtually to us is welcome to do that. And I believe we have at least 2 organizations who are interested in doing that. So I'm very excited. I don't think there's a lot of people who want to do that, but I do think there's some, and you know, we're looking forward to that. So so as we continue the information gathering and input for the initial working draft of the CDP, we are anticipating the availability of the draft for internal distribution to the city staff and members of the PC in September. So we'll get the first crack at the first draft. And then, you know, once we get that version edited and supplemented and reviewed in the way that we want, we will go to the Board of Commissioners, which will then initiate the public comment process. And as we discussed at the end of July, you know, we're doing our very best to have a sufficiently long and robust public input process, so everyone really has time with the document and to get comments. Debbie talked a lot about what the comment period will look like, but I think we should save that for when we meet with her in 2 weeks. She can cover that again. So that's it, unless anybody on the PC has any questions.
Does anyone have any questions for Jeff? Oh, okay, Jeff, thank you very much. We will be discussing at the end of the meeting process here our plans to have a special meeting on the 28th of this month, which will be primarily devoted to the CDP. Okay, thank you.
Will it be at 1 o'clock?
I think we have that set for 2 o'clock, Joyce.
2, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, it said 9 a.m.
9
No,
a.m.
that's on the 21st. That's not a CDP meeting. That's a workshop that we'll be discussing at later on in the meeting. So now we will move into the next order of business, which is a public hearing of site plan review application number 0620-03, Clear Space Theater, property located in the C1 zoning district on lots numbers 137 and 139 block, Rehoboth. The address of the property is 415 Rehoboth Avenue. Public hearing has been requested by Wesley Paulson of Clear Space Theater, owner of the property. Mandela,
So,
did you want to say anything?
Sure. So I guess one thing I'd mention is that there was, I did read some of the, or all of the comments that have been put in the emails, and there's a question about whether, you know, it's appropriate to have the public hearing at this time. As you heard Ms. Womack say at the outset of the meeting, you know, it was properly noticed, properly posted July 23rd at City Hall, posted in Cape Gazette on July 28th and July 31st, August 5th in the Coast Press, July 29th and July 30th in the Delaware State News. So the issue about whether we've received enough documentation to proceed with the public hearing, I think you have. I mean, there's a lot of paper that was submitted with the application, and there'll be plenty more I'm sure the applicants will speak to during today's public hearing. But that issue, I've been involved in public hearings where the documents aren't provided at the public hearing. We've had this, you know, quite a bit in advance. So I'm satisfied that there's not a legal flaw with conducting this public hearing today. Just wanted to make sure that was clear and on the record.
Okay, and would that apply also to the public hearing on Rehoboth Spotlight?
As to Spotlight and to Clear Space.
Okay, thank you. I do also want to point out that the Planning Commission did send promptly after the preliminary site plan review comments and recommended action items to the applicants, and also an addendum about a week later requesting one additional item. We have received responses to all of those comments and requested action items. And we had only asked that the applicants provide those to us on or before the date of this public hearing. So I believe they have met their obligations in responding to those. Mr. Lena, are you with us?
Yes.
Don, could you
Yes,
present?
I'm here.
Yes, Don. Could you present the city building inspector report on this matter?
Well, just to clear up some points, the report that was made last month remains. There were some issues that surfaced concerning are we talking about clear space or
We're talking about clear space right now.
Okay, there's some issues that surfaced, with, emails coming up and as to the number of bathrooms in the proposed clear space. I submitted an email to everyone in response to the one I received on Tuesday, August 11th, and commented that the building was in full compliance with the building code as it is specified. I also, not to say that the architect has not done the work, but there's a pattern of human behavior when one has to go to during intermission, and people need to go to the bathroom. I don't know how this may impact the project. I don't think it will that much, but one needs to be cognizant of the population that is being served specifically in Rehoboth. And we, my understanding of the population is that we have a very mature population who have some needs, particular needs, and there may be a waiting period to go to the bathrooms, in addition to having queues being created because of the numbers of bathrooms that are available specifically for males. Other than that, the building is in compliance with the distance requirements adjacent to abutting properties. The fire rating is correct, and basically they're going to have solid walls facing the building next door, the Arc. So there's really no problems with it. Unless you have any other specific questions, please ask.
Okay, Dom, although the bathroom, mainly the men's rooms, may be somewhat lacking, are they still code compliant at this point? It's a matter of accessibility and convenience?
Well, yes, they are. Yes, they are. There's no question that the architect has done their job in terms of being accessible, and being code compliant. The only concern, that everyone's going to have is how long I'm going to have to wait to go to the bathroom. That's the only question, and it's not a building question because the building code is responsive, and it says this is what you have to do, this is how much you have to provide, and the architect did was effective in not only meeting but exceeding the number of fixtures, which they are called fixtures required for this size of building and occupant load.
Okay. Well, I'm a strong supporter of women's rights and equal opportunity. But I never thought that men were going to end up on the short end of this one with only one toilet and one urinal. While it is code compliant, I think I for one would strongly encourage ClearSpace and their architect to reconfigure internally, some of the space and provide additional facilities, in the men's room. I think the women's room has 4 stalls, men's room has 1 handicap stall, that's the only stall, and 1 urinal. I am sensitive to what Dom stated about people standing in line during intermissions, and I think that ClearSpace, should do something about that. Dom, that would not require any. If they were to add some additional facilities in those bathrooms, that wouldn't require revisiting the site plan, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
That is correct.
Yeah, okay. Do any of the other commissioners have any questions of the building inspector? Mike?
Yeah, Dom, one of the issues that has come up is regard to parking, and I don't want to get into parking as an issue, but it does relate to one of the interior physical rooms on the second floor on drawing A102. In the second floor detail, it shows a control room, which seems to have 2 chairs and a desk, which by definition is office, even though it's a control room, which then has implications for the need to identify a parking space. And so my question is, what is it? Is it a desk? Does it constitute, under the definition under Merriam-Webster and in the code, an office?
It's a hard one to define, only because you have tables in work areas. Now, if it resembles more of a 8-hour day working at that location, I would say yes, it's an office. But you do have tables for workstations.
Okay, so it's difficult to assess. Okay, I accept that.
It's no different than tables that they have now, where they do uniforms and sew and costumes and so on.
Okay, Mr. Kaufman?
Just to revisit the men's room issue, I looked very carefully at the plan. There's a space, there's a adjacent to the men's room, there is a dressing room. I think it's on each floor.
Mm-hmm.
In any event, there's more than enough space to reconfigure that to some degree to have at least an additional water closet and urinal for the men's room. So I think that that will not be a very difficult thing for the applicant to do.
Okay, thank you. Joyce, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just had a question on the loading dock. I think it's listed on, it was listed on one of the ones I read. But how do they get things in and out of there? Do they park on the street and carry the equipment in, or what? There's not a drive-in to the loading dock. Is that right, Tom?
There are some doors that open to the sidewalk.
Oh, to the front sidewalk?
To the front sidewalk that open up to the front side. Well, let me take this off because I'm by myself. That open to the front sidewalk, and what you'll see in the drawings, there's a canopy, like a 4-foot canopy next to the arc, and that is the entrance for loading and unloading to that building. Now, how they're going to maneuver, how the company is going to be maneuvering to get items in, I suspect that they probably will have to back up to that loading zone, and hopefully there's no blockage of the city sidewalk.
But they have to cross the city sidewalk with whatever, scenery or whatever's going, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'd like to add on to that because in our last meeting, I asked the same question about how did they transition from a loading dock that a truck backed into and unloaded just like a regular loading dock. to what they have now. And Mr. Paulson had some answers, so when we get to his point, I think we should cover this question again. But I understood the answer to mean there is no facility whatsoever on this campus to park a vehicle. Everything comes from the curb in, no matter what it is. But I'll let him confirm that. Yeah.
Thank you, Jeff. That's what I thought.
Yeah, and I also, Joyce, that they did briefly comment on that in their responses to us, indicating that their current deliveries are routine, made by UPS and FedEx.
Correct. I was going to say the same thing. They have none of that now.
Right. Any other commissioner comments or questions related to Mr. Molina? Yes, Rachel.
Dom, I saw the correspondence from the ARC. They had raised some concern about how close the building sidewall for Clear Space would be to the building sidewall of the ARC, and the ARC's inability to actually potentially access an electrical piece that appears to be on the side of that building. I mean, do you have any concern on that, or is there anything there that needs to be addressed related to that?
I will take another look at that, only because when I looked at the plans, we have a in the building code, there's in the 2018 IBC building code, specifically table 705.8. And I could easily send a copy, distribute to the commissioners. It points out how proximate that building can be to another building without any, specifically any openings. Openings meaning windows, doors. So at this point, they as long as they don't have any openings there, they should be pretty good being that close to the ARC.
And Dom, can I, sorry, Rachel, continue.
No, I was just going to say, in that same memo, it did talk about some windows, but I believe that they were stationary, but there was definitely mention to some type of an electrical pipe or something on the exterior of that wall.
Well,
that they were concerned about getting access to.
Well, that's something that I can't answer right now, but that is something that I will have to discuss with the designer and contractor if it requires access. They'll have to make accommodation for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Don, I was over at the property yesterday looking at a variety of things, and I did look at the side of the ARC, and it appears that there is that probably a 6 to 8 foot half-inch pipe on the side of on the exterior of the side of the ARC. Not sure exactly, what runs through there. There didn't appear to be any openings. I mean, it was just a pipe that came out of the building at one point and went back in at another point. So I would be interested, in having you take another look at it. I also recalled the comment made in the consultant's letter to us on behalf of the ARC regarding the windows on that side of the ARC. And I believe that the consultant's comments related to the fact that those windows were in the stairwell and a concern about light. But I did notice that even during the day yesterday, there were lights on that you could see through the windows in that same area. So I'm not sure just how critical natural light is to those stairwells. So just an observation.
I just want to add that mechanical ventilation and luminaires are used as a substitute for natural light. Now, I grant you, it's always nice to have natural light, but mechanical ventilation and luminaires are acceptable.
Dan, this is Jeff. Just one more question. When you were answering Rachel's question, and what you were going to follow up on for there, I'm not totally sure. Did you mean that ClearSpace may have some obligation to provide additional space to the ARC, or that the ARC may have to do something to their own building, or it's too soon to tell?
I would say at this point it's too soon to respond.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else from the commission? Yes, Mike?
Yeah, I think that one thing that we also have to consider in the aggregate with all of these issues is that with the commercial zoning, and I confirmed this with Dom, and I had to look at it again at the code to make sure, because the code is rather thick, is in the commercial area, you can go almost right up to the property line in all directions. And so for things that have been pre-existing, it can in fact create some issues and create some conflicts, and yet it can be totally legally permissible as long as it meets the BOCA and fire codes. So it's interesting challenges.
I just want to add, I had taken a look at that in proximity, and I forgot to mention it. There is a small gap between the building, the proposed building of the ClearSpace and the ARC. I don't know if the 0.3 inches is sufficient to have that clearance for whatever is out there right now.
So in the end, I mean, I guess it really comes down to the ARC having to relook at their need to access that wall of their building and potentially make a few changes to that box, it sounds like, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to put that responsibility on the ARC. I just said that's something that I, as a building inspector, would just look at how it's going to be addressed and how it's going to be resolved between the parties. I don't know what they're going to work at this point when I go out there and review it and discuss it with the architect at a later date.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Joyce?
I have a question for Mike. Mike, when you say that if it's commercial, they can go to almost to the property line, what if the other side of that is residential?
I would defer to Dom because I can't remember right at the moment, but I think it changes.
Okay.
But not a lot.
Okay, thank you.
So just to follow up with that, Joyce, the code requires a 5-foot buffer between any commercial and residential.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
For the rear.
Any other questions from the commission at this time? Okay, I think we will now turn to the applicant and their representatives. Mr. Paulson, who's going to present from your side?
I have some, I get unmuted here, or on video. There we go. Then we can take questions. I wanted to, before I read what I've written, I wanted to comment on a couple things. The control room that was discussed is our sound booth, and the table that is shown is actually a stand that holds a light board and a sound board. It's not what I would call a traditional office space, and it's only used during performances and rehearsals. Nobody's keeping shop up there on a regular basis. I'd be happy to show you what that arrangement looks like in our current building. I wanted to also confirm the points made by the chair about loading. We currently do street loading now. We are not the type of theater that would bring in La Cage or Les Mis with a big tractor trailer and built up sets and things like that. Most of our sets are built on site, and deliveries consist of the set designer showing up with his pickup truck full of lumber. I believe that the loading door does line up with a curb cut, so that's easy to get in. So that's the story on the loading dock.
The following weekend is Cabaret.
We certainly will talk with the architect about the restrooms. The ARC proximity, after seeing that, we had made some effort to reach out to the ARC intermittently. After receiving the, or seeing the comment on the record for this meeting, I had Sue Haynes, our architect, immediately reach out.
Normally it would be, but it's actually, it would be good for a table for
You
two.
do have
We have our
some-
theater set up in a cabaret style right
Some
now,
kind
so
of
we can
interference.
do tables of
Guys,
four. So
so
that
let's
would
mute
be valid for a
Stephanie.
table for two.
Somebody needs to mute Stephanie Whitcomb. Okay, yeah, that was coming from here. I apologize. Regarding the ARC proximity, once I saw the correspondence in the agenda packet, I immediately forwarded it to our architect, who got in touch with the engineer, and they have already talked about the piping, I believe it is, and lighting and other things. So we're aware of that and are moving on that quickly. I think we were, the last I saw, that he wanted a set of drawings and thought the issues could be resolved with a quick phone call. Just as an aside, somebody reminded me to point out that the ARC is 2 inches over our property line. I don't know, I have a funny sense of humor and found that interesting in light of the other discussions, but we will work with the ARC, and Sue Haynes is on that. Sue is on the call and would probably be happy to answer that in detail. If there are no questions on that comment, I'd like to continue with my statement.
Okay, certainly, go ahead.
Obviously, I'm Wesley Paulson. I'm the Executive Director of Clear Space Theater. On behalf of our board, staff, and patrons, actors, I want to thank you for taking time to review our documents and the many letters received from the community. I also want to thank Ann Womack for her work to manage all of the comments and attachments for this hearing. I hope today allows us to close the door, one door, so we can open another to prepare for construction. We had a Zoom call with the community on July 31st. The report for this call is in the responses to your questions in that packet I sent on August 7th. Prior to this call, we had held 3 meetings with adjacent property owners on Sussex Street. In addition, we've had several meetings with the owner of the property on 419 Rehoboth next to us, where the Weath studio is. As I mentioned, as soon as we received the comments from the consulting engineer at the ARC, our architect reached out and they are sharing information. I also posted our renderings, written responses to you, and the traffic report on the Nextdoor website. In addition, I posted a set of answers on Nextdoor in response to some of their specific questions where themes are repeating. I do want to thank you for submitting your comments from the July 10th meeting. They were very constructive. And as noted, I sent the comments back on August 7th. Based on a lot of feedback, I would like to focus a few remarks on traffic and safety. We have had 2 meetings with Police Chief Banks to discuss concerns about traffic, including one meeting I had with him on site. Betty Tustin of the traffic group in her report goes into greater detail on this subject, and Betty is also available for questions. In addition, we do pledge to work with the police department to provide traffic assistance as needed at certain critical times based on our theater schedule and the events calendar for the city. Any cost sharing that would need to be done at that time would be based on levels of the services that we need and standard city policy if we need to use off-duty officers. We're going to have to live into this a little bit. I know we will start planning and anticipating those things as the dates get closer. So we do want to work and be a good citizen in that regard. The traffic evaluation from traffic group states, it is important to note that the inflow and outflow of vehicles arriving by car will be distributed over time. We have surveyed our patrons regularly regarding their activities before and after the show, and comments on average show that 70% of our audience arrive in advance of the show or remain in town afterward to enjoy dinner or a visit to the boardwalk. This number has been so consistent, I've actually dropped the question from the survey. In addition, prior to COVID, where we now encourage our patrons to move out quickly. Our patrons often lingered at the theater to greet actors and visit with friends after the show. The site plan also includes 3 parking spaces in front of the building plus spaces for a fire lane. In my most recent discussion with Chief Banks, I proposed these spaces be limited to 15-minute parking after 5 or 6 p.m. to allow our patrons to safely drop off people before and after a show. He agreed this was a good idea, and ClearSpace will pursue this request with the city after construction starts during 2021. A neighbor in the ARC has also requested that we work with DART to move the bus stop west into the area of the curbside parking spaces. This request will be made by us at the same time, we request modification to the parking meters that we just mentioned. ClearSpace will also continue using our email service to notify our patrons about potential traffic issues caused by other city events. We have regularly alerted patrons about arriving during events including Sea Witch, the Polar Bear Plunge, and the tree lighting ceremony, among others. Each message has encouraged our patrons to use the DART bus when there are large citywide events. In conclusion, I want to thank you again for scheduling the hearings. Our architect and traffic engineer are available, as I am, to answer your questions about the comments and documents we have provided. I'm not sure, but I would be happy to walk through our responses in order if the chairman wishes to follow that. Otherwise, we're available to comment on questions that you may have, and are also available to comment on questions and responses during the public comment period. And with that, I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the commissioners. Please let me know how you'd like us to proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Paulson. First, let me ask if any of the members of the Planning Commission have questions, Mr. Paulson or anyone.
May
go ahead.
I just mention that since Mr. Paulson mentioned the responses that they submitted, all the letters that have been received by the Planning Commission and those responses are all on the official record of this proceeding, and they're incorporated just by this reference here. So to the extent there's a question about whether that makes it into the record, it's all on the record.
Right, and participants as well can click on those individual agenda items that are in the packet, and you can pull up those responses. Joyce, yes.
Yes, I saw on the first, when it was one building, that you had, I think, 3 or 4 offices, a box office, manager's office, et cetera, et cetera. There are no offices that I see on for ClearSpace, and I don't understand how you intend to do it without any offices. Or did I miss something?
We have been working now remotely since COVID, and currently there is no space provided for offices. There is a gift shop and area where tickets can be purchased in the Spotlight building.
Yeah, but I'm assuming you're thinking you're going to have a full house at some point, or you wouldn't be building a theater. So what happens with there are just no offices or meeting space? Conference, no offices? They seem to disappear from the first iteration to the second. And if I don't know if I missed them, that's why I'm asking you.
There is a conference room in a room that can be used as a meeting space, as well as a practice room in the Spotlight building.
But that has nothing to do with ClearSpace.
That's correct.
So why is that an answer?
Because we are working virtually under this new situation, and some of the space we might be using is in the Spotlight building from time to time.
So just
Well,
to
then
clarify,
they're not separate.
so just to clarify, Wesley, what you're saying is the staff will continue to work remotely. You're finding that that's been successful for you?
That has been successful.
Okay. I mean, in my world, I have a lot of clients have been, in brick and mortar traditionally, and they are also rethinking this too. So I'm not surprised to hear that. I think that's what we're looking for, just that confirmation.
Yes.
Anyone else? Mr. Kaufman?
Well, it seems to me that these two buildings are working in tandem and that it's a complex.
Yeah.
And so the offices in the other building are both, that's assuming that both of these buildings are approved. So it's basically a complex, and I don't know that you need offices for both buildings to handle the overall issues.
Well,
Joyce?
yeah, that's a serious problem, because then you're running into one building, or one complex, whatever term you want to use. What they are trying to argue is that these are two separate entities, different names, different addresses, et cetera, et cetera. If you start combining them, you run into a very serious problem for different regulations and different needs. And I think that's a lot of why we're here right now, to clarify this.
Anyone else? Jeff, did you want to ask something?
Yeah, I don't really have a question, but I just wanted to draw attention to the, what was number 2, landscape, in the reply. You noted, of course, that that there's a 10-foot setback, and we had discussed earlier that there are very mature trees on the neighbor's property, which I've been on the lot. It looks like pretty, I'd like to have some effective screening like that in my own house, but it's quite impressive. So I just wanted to make a point that as part of the whole construction, of course, there's tree protection plans required for the root zone, because of course we don't want to do any harm to that. But there's also a need to coordinate very carefully with the neighbors, because we would like this tree buffer on both sides of the properties, or whatever is going to be done to work together. And of course, within the city, there is an arborist, and the arborist will get involved in terms of the protection plan and everything. But I just wanted everyone to be aware that there is a process around that, and we haven't seen any input on that at this point in time, but we're assuming there's going to be careful operation.
Yes.
I just want to make the point that, go ahead, Mr. Weber.
This is a different topic, but we just spoke about it I wanted to get a little more clarification on the parking in front of the building. On the site plan, it shows, I think it's 3 short-term parking spaces, and then maybe 3, I assume it's commercial. They're intermittent, and I'm wondering just how easy it would be for someone to get into the short-term parking, during heavy traffic times. And is there a way to consolidate those short-term spaces so that it'll be very easy for someone dropping off to pull off of Rehoboth Avenue, get out of the right of traffic and out of the way of traffic, drop their friends off, and then merge back into traffic pretty easily without having to. It looks like they might have to effectively parallel park to get into those short-term spaces, and also how the relocation of the bus stop might impact that. I'm assuming that if there's a bus stop in front, that there'll be a very wide area used, for whatever period of time that the bus comes in and picks up and drops off, but the rest of the time it could be used for patrons to quickly drop off their friends and move on. I'm just concerned that, if you have to stop Rehoboth Avenue and try to parallel park into those short-term spaces, that you may hold up traffic for a long period of time. Whereas if it's designed so that you can easily, almost like you see in an airport, where you can easily pull in, drop your friends off, and move on, and get out of the flow of traffic while you do that.
If you look at the drawing of the, I think it was in the packet, the set of renderings, the parking spaces alternate with fire zone that's required. And the fire zone is spaced out in relation to the buildings. As you described the situation, I would think that that is ample space to get in and get out without having to formally parallel park in one of the spots. I know the correct answer is that those are fire lanes and you're supposed to respect them. But on the other hand, they provide that extra room that somebody would need to pull in and pull out of. The request to move the bus stop was fairly recent, and we'd have to work with, as I noted in my comments, work with, I guess, DelDOT and the city on both issues of the short-term parking as well as the bus stop.
Good.
That's great. I think the fact that you can effectively use some of the space assigned for the emergency parking to facilitate an easier access in and out is good. That's
right.
And let me just say for the record, this is a request by the R to move the bus stop. This is not required for us to pass this or for them to do this.
Correct. Chief Banks, did you want to add anything to the issue of the drop-off and the traffic matter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, committee members and the general public. I will sit there and echo that Mr. Wesley did meet with me twice, one on site and then another time at the police department. Second time at the police department, he was specifically asking him, showing me some, the picture here with the 3 fire lanes that's requested by the fire department. And which I agree with, and then there was the 3 parking spaces in front, and he did ask if we could sit there and make that 15 minutes loading zones for drop off. I did not see a problem with that. However, I did tell him we'd have to go through the city, and we actually contacted the city manager, and she advised that at the city would be willing to work with him as much as possible on that. So I think we're good. As Wesley said, the reality in life is going to be a fire lane, but people all throughout the country and even in Rehoboth here pull into certain areas for parking space. And if it's a fire lane, as long as they're not sitting in the lane, they're fine. So I think they would be able to get off. Currently, the dark bus, I will state that it's right in front of the ARC, is it actually stops in the travel lane. It does not have a curb cut or anything like that. So it does stop in the middle of the roadway, as it does throughout the town. I don't have any specific thing to add unless you guys have some questions that I can go into.
Anyone have any questions for Chief Banks?
I do have information about traffic accidents at the circle if anybody needed any of that, or maybe that's a little bit later questioning.
Well, I'm certain we're going to get into the issue of traffic and safety issues, for pedestrians, bicyclists, and in particular reference to the circle at some point here. I just wanted to focus right now on drop-off matter.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief Banks. Any other questions from the commissioners? I did want to point out that while we have been looking at this as a campus type situation, we are holding 2 separate hearings as we need to, and each site plan needs to be viewed and considered for purposes of compliance on its own merits, and based on a determination by the building inspector as to whether or not the site plan meets the code requirements, and whether or not each site plan meets other aspects that we consider, such as CDP. So I just wanted to make that point. At this point, we probably can move into consideration of traffic questions. Do any of the commissioners have any questions they would like to direct to the chief or to the consultant for their space regarding concerns relating to traffic? Yes, Mr. Covington.
Yes, I'd like to, I guess it's appropriate this time to hear from Chief Banks about the circle traffic and issues he sees there.
Okay, Chief Banks.
Thank you, sir, for the question. As far as traffic at traffic circle, the chairman did ask me to look in that, and I went back just briefly this week for 2019 through 2020, so August 12th. And I did see there was a total of 16 traffic crashes in the circle area and the walkway areas, and none involved pedestrians or bicyclists. Out of 16, 2 involved alcohol related, 3 were contributed to fatigue, 3 were vehicles, quite honestly, probably driving too fast on the circle because they sideswiped the mirrors of each other. 3 were just careless driving. 1 was a moped that struck the curb and turned over, and another one was a motorcyclist, but it was chalked up to inexperience. It was new and wasn't familiar with maneuvering it very well. And then 3 were rear-ended, where people would slow up for the traffic circle and people would run into the back of them because they were basically looking to yield and all. But again, I think it's important to realize there was no pedestrian or bicyclist involvement on that. However, there was 1 moped and a motorcycle, and the rest were just vehicular crashes and all. I can answer any specific questions that somebody may have.
As a follow-up, do you happen to have the times for those accidents? I mean, were they spread out during the day, or were they around a certain period, like 5 o'clock in the afternoon when traffic's heavy, or do you happen to know that?
Yes. Out of the 16, the majority, which was only 4 that had the most time, was at 2,300 hours, so that's 11 p.m. at night. And it would say that most of the accidents were from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m., but it's spread out. And when we say that, we're looking at numbers between 1 vehicle to 2 vehicles, at that time frame. In the early afternoon, 2, 4, 6 o'clock, there's no accidents at all during that time. As far as day of the week, we're looking at Saturday being the most accidents. Again, only 4, and then it just kind of trickles down from there.
You gave us an 18-month time period, all
Yes.
of 2019 through August?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, Rachel.
Chief Banks, in Wesley's correspondence, there was a paragraph there that talked about your meeting and that you had mentioned that you would keep an eye, right, on the traffic and the flow of traffic and any traffic concerns as it relates to this project as it got underway and up and running. In your experience, have you had to provide some, extra support or guidance in this area on other projects here in Rehoboth in the past?
Yes. What happens is during normal patrol, the officers know that if they see traffic getting backed up or we know there's any certain events going on, to kind of be mindful of that and help out where we can. A prime example is many of the different churches throughout town. And if we know what time they're getting out and if we see they typically have issues, people backing up or pulling out, that will be an area in case we can loan support. We also have what is called extra paid jobs. If we know there's big events going on, people can reach out to us, and we work with that group, and there's a fee, and we actually sign an officer out there to help with traffic flow or whatever case may be during their events. So that's pretty typical for us in that area as well as throughout town. So it's just something we do on a regular basis for the different events that we have.
Now that makes sense. I have seen at times the police officers, for example, the Catholic Church, letting people cross because there's so much happening in between services. So that makes total sense. Thank you.
Yes, it would be the same thing, and I know it was mentioned a little bit earlier about emergency services. Obviously, we're monitoring that with our own 911 center. So if we know an ambulance is coming or a fire truck is needing to come out, we usually station ourselves. It can go down to that area if we need to hold traffic up or to let traffic flow more quickly, so we can get the traffic moving for that fire apparatus. And also, that's something else we typically do.
That's an excellent point. Thank you.
Any other comments on the issue of traffic concerns? I will say that as part of my diligence yesterday, I spent time not only at the property, but I also spent some time standing at the circle and watching what was going on, and everything seemed to be going very smoothly. You know, we do have the crosswalks are outside of the circle. So people are already slowing down. Now, there is certainly risk there, and I believe Chief Banks, you had indicated that there was on the drawing boards installation of some emergency signals or some sort of lighting signals that were going to be placed at those crosswalks, but they, at least temporarily, I hope, only became a casualty short period of time of crisis and financial concerns. Do you have any sense as to when that might be put back on the list of projects?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Part of the question is that commissioners going into budgets this year, along with the city manager and superintendent of public works, were asked to look at safety concerns of of all walkways in town, especially Rehoboth Avenue. And we talked about putting the push button signals to help let people know when people need to cross at a crosswalk, just like at 1st and 2nd Street. So that we were getting prices for that and putting it in the capital improvement, and on with COVID and things, all that got put on hold. There are some talks, my understanding, about some commissioners would like to move forward with that and get that back on, see what funding we have. But at this time, those things have been put off until at least the fall to see where the city's budget comes in at. But so if not this year, I'm sure it'll be back involved in next year come up. Again, those are the intersections at the traffic circle, 5th Street there at State Road, as well as Lake Avenue, and right in front of 3rd Street in front of the municipal complex.
Thank you. Chief, do you know, does DelDOT also have control over painting the white stripes at those crosswalks, or is that something that the city does?
The city normally does it, but at times we can reach out to DelDOT. I don't want to speak out of turn. I believe they had at the traffic circle helped out and put some new paint down, and I forget the official name they do for reflective tape, but it's usually the city workers that go out and do that, or we contract it.
Just a suggestion, I think it might be a good idea to take a look at that. I noticed that some of it was wearing off and perhaps needs to be refreshed.
No, absolutely, and that was part of the discussion earlier in the year. We got to get a maintenance thing going on for every year here and look at it as it goes on. And I know the city manager has put that together with Bill at the sign shop. And like I said, a lot of them got delayed because of this COVID, and they wanted to put these projects on hold. But it is something that working with the city manager and the superintendent, that they're going to keep that on every year to repaint and refresh.
One thing I'd like to, with someone else starting, Barry, go ahead.
I'll just say, to piggyback on what Rick had to say, can we put like rumble strips there, or there's bump slow down traffic? And
yeah, I was actually going to say the same thing Barry said, not to make a specific suggestion, but I'm not at all surprised to hear that there have only been very minor accidents. Traffic circles are really good at moving a lot of vehicles really fast with only slight glancing blows, not T-bones, head-on kind of things. They have a lot of safety advantages. Depending on the speed and where they're located, there can be a problem with pedestrian access. But I think ours are pretty good because our traffic circle is really meant to change people's mentality from you've been on a highway for minutes or hours or whatever, and it slows the vehicle and makes people wake up. But I think we can enlarge on that, even based on these numbers. Alcohol, fatigue, too much speed, carelessness, you know, a simple measure like a rumble strip or just something additional to wake people up could really be a sufficient or a helpful, I don't know if it'd be a sufficient or not, but it could be something helpful. And I think the city should continue to explore that with the state because 16 accidents, though minor, and I assume without too much personal injury, is a number that at every intersection the city should be working to bring down. So, you know, that's almost one a month. And, you know, I think we should set goals throughout the city. This is a different discussion, but we should be making everything safer. And certainly less expensive things we should be trying first.
Yeah, I agree with that. And to follow up on what Jeff was just saying, I also spent some time at the intersection of left-hand turnoff from Rehoboth Avenue onto Lake Ave, and I saw many more near misses there, and saw none at the circle. And I was watching and observing at that intersection for a much shorter period of time than I was at the circle. So I think Jeff is correct. The circle does help traffic and is safer than other areas. Yes, Ms. Macho.
I just have to say, I agree. I also spent time at the site and also spent time at the circle. As I was reading through all these comments, I had a list of questions that I had built, and I wanted to see for myself what was actually happening in the circle and the crosswalks and the concerns that so many people have commented on. And I actually observed more the opposite to what Jeff, you were just saying, is that I saw folks slow down, be almost overcautious, and in some cases stopping instead of yielding to go into the circle and work their way around it. So in that respect, I think that is actually positive for our situation as it relates to where the circle sits in relationship to this project and, you know, the concern of people moving around at certain points before and after different performances. So I was actually very surprised to actually see how that whole traffic flow and cautiousness was at work during my observations.
Thank you. Mr. Hunker?
I wanted to follow on. I don't know that I had an opposite thing of Jeff, but I follow on what Rachel said. Is 16 accidents or fender benders or whatever we want to call them in 18 months. I sat on the as a commissioner for 3 years, and Chief Banks gave the reports about accidents and bicycles hit on First Street and on Rehoboth Avenue and all over Baird and King Charles by scores and scores of them, and it still happens. So this is yes, I understand that this is the traffic circle and it's great, and we should try to make all of our streets safe, but we have to put this to bed. This traffic piece is not going to be affected by this building. It is a normal occurrence of business. The traffic circle is helping. I just thought, are we going to have the next discussion about the next building about traffic as well? I mean, we've got the survey, the chief of police, the people here. Is this yet? And asking the city to do a lot of other things, but not related to this project.
Mr. Kaufman.
Yeah, to stay on point with regard to these applications, at our request, the applicant retained an excellent transportation consulting firm called the Traffic Group, which, by the way, is one of the outstanding traffic engineering groups in the Mid-Atlantic states. I'm very familiar with them. They did a very good report. They covered not only these accident incidents, but in terms of the traffic flow and so on. And their conclusions were that it would not be an unusual disruption. I do agree that the city should take some additional steps to make the traffic circle even perform better. But in terms of the traffic analysis, I think that the traffic analysis done by the traffic group was actually uncovered on just about everything that had been raised, including the AM and the PM peaks and so on. So I'm pretty satisfied with traffic analysis for myself anyway.
Okay. Just with the traffic consultant for ClearSpace, like to add anything to this discussion?
Well, I'd just like to thank Mr. Kaufman for those compliments. I really appreciate it on behalf of the traffic group. And as noted in our report, and as Wesley has said, the traffic that will be arriving and departing by vehicle will be dispersed over time. There'll probably be very negligible impact with regard to the existing traffic volumes in the area. And one thing I did overlook to put in my report is that this is a relocation of an existing facility. So the vehicles that are now accessing ClearSpace at 20 Baltimore Avenue will just be going to a different place. Probably some slight increase because the theater size is larger, but we're taking vehicles away from Baltimore Avenue and putting them here. So that was one point that I didn't put in my report and I thought of a couple days ago. I just wanted to bring it up.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions of the traffic consultant? Okay. I think the next item that we should address is parking. That has been raised as a major concern by a number of people. And not sure exactly how to address this. It's a difficult issue to wrap your head around because parking is a perennial problem here in the city of Rehoboth and can't be blamed on any one business or residential area. It's something that, in my view, the city has a responsibility to address. And I've also taken a look at the area and assessed parking. I have some thoughts as to how the city could respond to the concerns, particularly of the residents who have properties in close proximity to the proposed ClearSpace, and I've mentioned them to the Board of Commissioners in the past. They have not been addressed. I do feel that is the city's obligation to do so. They would include, among other things, residential parking permits and restricted parking residents. I did the other day check out the number of homes, particularly on Sussex, that do not have driveways in the 2 blocks leading from the west end of Sussex, Kent, and Penlopen, and at least on Sussex Street, those 2 blocks, I only could see 3 properties that did not have any off-street parking. I may have missed 1 or 2, but I did go and view that twice. Count. I didn't see any on Kent that did not have off-street parking. Kent Street in particular has a park on one side and no homes there. So I'd like to just open up this discussion and get the thoughts of the members of the Planning Commission, their assessment of the parking issue. Anyone care to comment? Joyce?
Yeah, Rick, I went over there yesterday also up and down Sussex and Kent and some of those smaller streets. I'm not understanding what you're saying about Sussex. You didn't see any homes without off-street parking? I don't know.
That I saw only 3.
You mean they all had driveways, or they had, or they parked on the street?
But for 3 of the properties on Sussex, all of the others had off-street parking. They had driveways.
Yeah, the problem with that I saw was there was either a driveway where you couldn't park, or there were only, when I was there at 4 o'clock, I don't know when you were there, 3:34, and there were only, it was Sussex, and then Kent, of course, was one way. And there were virtually no parking places on those 2 streets where anybody else could come. Some of the other streets were pretty open. I was surprised, but some of the, only Henlopen down at the base had a few parking places, but I don't know where, and maybe on the other side of Route 1, it's better. I didn't go over there. I just went behind where the building would be. But there are very few available empty parking spaces at that time. And so I don't know, but there were some other streets that were fairly open, and there seemed to be space.
Okay. Why don't we, because this has been a matter of substantial public comment, why don't we open up this discussion and as well as other topics to the public at this point? Then the members of the planning commission can have further discussion after we hear from the public. I do also want to say that if anyone is watching this live streaming and had not signed up to participate in the meeting, if you have a question or comment, you can email them to Ann Womack at Womack, that's W, that's A as in Alice, W as in Walter, O as in Oscar, M as in Mary, A as in Alice, C as in Charlie, K as in King, at cityofrehoboth.com. And we will also, she will pass those questions or comments on to us so that everyone has a chance to participate in this public hearing. And for those who have signed up to participate, after I go down the list of those who signed up with specific requests to speak, if anyone else wants to raise their hand, we will recognize them also to participate. And Mr. Mandelis is holding up to the screen that email address for Ann Womack. Again, it's awomack at cityofrehoboth.com. I believe that the first person who had signed up to speak from the public was Harvey Schulman. Mr. Schulman, are you with us?
I am, and I'm surprised I was the first who signed up. So,
yeah, and I do want to point out, excuse me, that time is limited to 3 minutes for each speaker, and the vice chair will be the timekeeper.
I'll let everybody know when there's 30 seconds remaining.
Just tell me when to start, please.
Okay, not yet. I'm still looking for my timer.
You want help?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I have concerns about the fact that this public hearing is going forward, although I think I filed written comments and addressed those from the perspective of saying it's a public hearing and that's fine. But the important thing is I don't think it could be the last public hearing on this. The documents were, for the most part, illegible to me. And I put this in my written comments. It was impossible to comment on some items because, frankly, I couldn't read a lot of what was on the documents. And that was even after magnifying them 150%. And secondly, as some of you know, I was on the Planning Commission for many years. And I can't remember a situation where so much information came in from an applicant 72 hours before a meeting, and there was one public hearing and that was it. It's been almost impossible to digest a lot of that information that came in. And why they waited that long when a lot of that information is pre-2020 information is surprising. But we are at a public hearing, and I think you're doing a great job. I would just say we need to continue this public hearing in September. As far as looking at the issues, I was very confused about the ownership information. And again, this is in my filing. Clear Space does not have title as a corporation to these lots. It didn't file its application as a corporation. And the Planning Commission has been very careful about these issues in the past, to the point that we even put the Rehoboth Beach Elementary School, the Cape Henlopen School District, through an effort to provide a lot of ownership information to us, which simply is missing here. And I know you can say it's technicalities and legal niceties, but it isn't. I think the biggest issue that I have is the parking issue, and I urge you to look at the lot merger issue. These lots were merged pre-2015. I know I have 32 seconds left. The lots were never unmerged, and you really need to take a look at it. The city solicitor worked on this issue. There was a new law passed in 2015, but it did not affect automatically the unmerger of lots. And lots 415 and 417 are definitely merged. And how you can proceed without untangling this merger mess is beyond me. Thank you very much, and I would be glad to take any questions later.
Thanks, Harvey.
Thank you. The next person who had signed up was Gary Classic. Mr. Classic, are you with us?
Okay, yeah, I'm here. I own a home on Columbia Avenue. My view is that this proposal is a single-use facility separated by a courtyard, and that zoning and parking requirements should apply to the applicant's proposal as one project. Second point, Clear Space recently provided a schedule of performance times, but not finish times. And they may have added some to the next door, but that's not the official form. I think all performances, both Clear Space and all rental events, finish time, start times and finish times need to be addressed. Particularly concerned about the performances by renters that Clear Space noted started at 10 p.m., what time those finish, and concerned about exiting from the theater after midnight, for instance, and walking through residential neighborhoods. I'm concerned about the suitability of the theater in this location, but even more concerned about what it can become in the future. Particularly, I think the condition ought to be added that it's approved as a performing arts theater, and the building cannot be used as a movie theater or musical concert venue. Clear Space stated in the July 10 Planning Commission meeting and July 31 Zoom meeting that those uses were not compatible with its mission. This commitment should be documented in any approval. I also submitted something in writing, and it kind of noted what Mrs. Lucier talked about before about the disappearance of office space from the original plans to the existing plans. I think that's a deliberate, conscious effort by Clear Space to avoid the word office on their plans and thus to avoid parking. Clear Space is entitled to build as much practice space, which I think is a substitute word for office space, as they want, as long as it remains practice space and that those spaces don't evolve into office and therefore require parking. And Mr. Paulson's response to Mrs. Lear today about working remotely, he filed permit submission drawings prior to the site plan submission set, and the permit submission drawings were filed with the city in April. Those are very detailed construction documents. They take months to complete. So I don't think there was any clairvoyance upon ClearSpace's part that a pandemic would come and all of a sudden he could work remotely and didn't need any office space. So again, they can build as much practice space as they want as long as it remains that. And I think the city needs to monitor that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The next person is Liza Trey.
Do not believe she's on the call.
Okay. Next person is Donna Mabry.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think 3 minutes is a little bit short, but I will try to stick within that or be happy to take questions. My greatest concern is for pedestrian safety at the circle. And I happen to be on the Streets and Transportation Committee. And so, you know, I've dealt with various issues about street safety. And while the traffic report was excellent regarding vehicles, it did not address pedestrians. It did not talk about pedestrian safety whatsoever. And I think I'm glad that you went to the circle and looked at that, but please keep in mind that this year is an abnormal year, that there's far less traffic in Rehoboth as typical. And I personally feel safer biking through the circle than trying to cross it as a pedestrian, because cars are not looking for pedestrians. And while I think earlier comments that traffic circles do an excellent job moving vehicles, which is why this circle is working so well, it doesn't work so well for pedestrians. And a lot of it, as I say, is because drivers are not looking for pedestrians. The other problem with Rehoboth Circle is the visibility is so bad. We've been talking about that on the Streets and Transportation, that with the lighthouse and the landscaping tiers, a driver cannot see through the intersection to even be able to see pedestrians. So that's why it's so risky. And the other thing to please keep in mind is you're talking about how things are now. You have to project it 5 years into the future when ClearSpace is up and running, when you have a theater that accommodates up to 350 people coming and going up to 4 times a night. And the current circle is for vehicles. There's not much pedestrian traffic there right now. But as ClearSpace moves there, more restaurants move in to accommodate ClearSpace. You're going to have far more pedestrian traffic. And so you almost have to visualize that area is going to become a pedestrian area, like the intersection of First Street in Wilmington or First Street in Baltimore. You're going to have all those pedestrians crossing through and slowing traffic down. And so, and I
30
think,
seconds, Donna.
I think what will happen is that eventually, to protect pedestrians, the circle will have to be converted back to a traffic light. You're going to have to give pedestrians a clear cut right away, and it'll become a traffic light again. And I think that's too high a price to pay for this. I hope when you place your vote that you think about, is it worth it to the city to turn the traffic circle back to a traffic light to accommodate the ClearSpace?
Thank you. That's time. Thank you, Donna.
Thank you, Donna. The next person is Edward Shanowski.
No comment from me. I'm just listening.
Okay, thank you. Next person is Jan Conacy.
I don't think she's on the call.
Okay. Next would be Mark Etchell.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just listening right now. I may comment later on.
Okay, thank you. Michael Bednarik.
Don't think he's on the call.
I think you went to 16 instead of turning it over.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Double-sided. Here.
Oh.
You got it?
Different copy. Okay. Jennifer Duncan.
Hi. First of all, I completely support a new theater in Rehoboth.
but definitely not at that proposed location. Second, I believe you should discard all of the non-residential comments that came from people and are posted who support clear space. I've read all the posted emails, and let me explain why. If I lived in California, had a business or rental home in Rehoboth, I would say, sure, go for it. It's a new money-making attraction. I don't care at all about the impact on parking, safety, or the surrounding residential neighborhoods. Now, I will say, listening to your discussion, when you were talking about, I walked down to the circle, I went on Kent. Remember, we're dealing with COVID. Normally, from May until, I would say, end of September on Kent Street, and I'm not on the one-way Kent, but the two-way Kent, our streets are packed after 5 o'clock with people walking up into town to the restaurants. Sussex, Kent, Dover, all the surrounding ones. So I don't think you can gauge traffic based on this year. Second, third, there are a lot of questions aside from parking safety that need to be addressed. They were presented in all those emails that have been posted. So none of the issues, I think, could be appropriately addressed in this clear space moving forward or not moving forward until you all perhaps develop a spreadsheet of sorts and list every point or issue made by the residents, and then propose a resolution to each one. And then not until then, should we have a public meeting, or we should have the next public meeting to present and address the results or mitigations of plans if needed. Now, I will go back in time to, I guess it was this past winter, when some commissioners brought up the idea of the Jolly Trolley and opening up Deauville parking lot for parking for the theater. And I'm a Jolly Trolley lover, but we can tell you that going up and down Henlopen, if you live in the Pines, and with the Jolly Trolley, which is crazy. So that was tabled. I would also ask you to look at Henlopen Avenue at 4 o'clock in the afternoon when people are leaving the state park and the traffic that comes from down Henlopen and Columbia.
I have 30 seconds.
Okay, so that's all I wanted to say. I think the path for the parking presented by Clear Space was not correct. Baltimore Avenue and this end are comparing apples to oranges. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Carlton Savage.
Hi, thank you. My name is Carlton Savage. I work at Scaled Engineering just outside of town here at 20246 Coastal Highway in Rehoboth Beach. And I've been retained by Mr. Nick Rappapanani. He is the association president for the Arc of Rehoboth. I met with this gentleman, and basically his concerns are what are they doing, and does it affect their building? And I think some of that was discussed fairly early on, and talked about the big issue I had was taking a look at the plans that are on the agenda package. I couldn't even print those out, explain what was happening to this gentleman and to the HOA. So I think that would help out tremendously if we could get a copy of those plans so we could take a look. I did submit a written question through email to Ms. Ann Womack that addressed some of their main concerns, which I believe again was talked about early on. But the architect has reached out to us, and I think I spoke with the ARC, and they are interested in talking about that and answering some of their questions. In particular, what does this building look like against theirs? Are there any utilities that are affected? I did walk the property myself the other day, and I mentioned there was an electrical connection on the side that was brought up earlier. We believe that's what it is. It comes out of their electrical room and then gets fed up to a higher unit. So that definitely, I think Dom said he was going to take a look at that a little further. It looks like after sitting here reviewing the plans that I can tell, it does look like they've addressed maybe the windows on the side. The architect could explain that to us more, but it looks like they're avoiding those windows. So that's a good thing if that is what they're doing. So yeah, at this point, I think their biggest concern is how does it affect their building and what do they need to do between now and if it does get built. I didn't hear any major objections from them for the application. I don't want to speak on their behalf. But they're just concerned as to what it looks like, how it functions, how do they maintain their building, and they're looking for the city to sort of help them with that, obviously, because you guys are doing the review. But I can be available for more questions, but if the big concern I have is getting a copy of those plans at some point.
Okay, thank you. Next person is Suzanne Good.
Don't believe she's on the call.
Next person is John Swift.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
John. Yes.
Okay. John Swift, 100 Sussex Street. Dear Planning Commission, next month will be 2 years from when ClearSpace publicly announced their intent to build at the lots 413 through 417 Rehoboth Avenue. This is going to be the largest non-hotel building in the city. Think of City Hall to get a sense of the scale and how large the ClearSpace campus will be. ClearSpace has been trying to put a square peg in a round hole for more than 3 years now. From before the announcement, ClearSpace has been working with the mayor, city manager, commissioners, and the building inspector to get this project approved while circumventing the code. This is designed to protect the residents and its visitors, this code. The former did not get it right now, and it's your turn to evaluate this project in the site plan review process. My questions for all of you on the Planning Commission will you make ClearSpace and Spotlight Theater deal with the self-inflicted wounds when it comes to solving the issues relating to the parking, traffic, pedestrian safety, mechanical structures, soundproofing, or will you just let it wait until it is built to let the problems surface? On July 10th was the preliminary site plan review meeting. Everyone, including the Planning Commission, was requesting that the oversized drawings that were submitted to the building inspector be made available for the Planning Commission in public. Those drawings are still not posted on the city's portal or the link for today's meeting, only the ones that are very difficult to read, which is, I don't know how many times people have said this today. They have known about today's meeting for more than a month. When will this become available? Dom said when he had a meeting with my partner, Ron Bowman, at the City Hall when he was reviewing plans, that there were certain ceilings that were above 12 feet. Where are the revised plans that show that none of those ceilings are above 12 feet? Those should be shown and posted. Okay, one other thing, when Wesley posted on Nextdoor, he posted a schedule. So just listen to the schedule, see if you can get your head around this. June, July, and August, beginning with the last Tuesday of June, performances, Monday through Saturday, 7:30, with 3 additional Saturday matinees at 2 p.m. to the last weekend of August. Later night may perform in the Rehoboth Spotlight. Theater, 2 Friday nights in July, 2 Friday nights in August at 10 p.m. Not a part of the ClearSpace Theater, just uses our space. Icon may perform in the Rehoboth Spotlight Theater 7 Saturday nights in July, in August at 10 p.m. and 9 Sunday nights at 9 p.m. Not a part of ClearSpace. In other words, a rental, not just using our space. They chose these lots, and people that will be leaving, like comedy shows and other things, will have been drinking late at night. Hope they're going to do something to make sure that when they wander out into the neighborhood, that there's going to be something done about it. The other
30
thing
seconds, John.
That's fine.
30 seconds.
The city solicitor needs to think about is they're using 3 lots and they've kind of circumvented the code. Wait till like a company like Bed Bath & Beyond wants to take those 3 lots and ignore the parking. I have several conditions that I'm going to bring up, and I'm going to bring that up under my 3 minutes when it comes to the Spotlight Theater. Thank you.
Thank you, John. The next speaker is Ron Bowman.
Yes,
Hey,
thank you,
Scott.
Planning Commissioner Whitfair and Planning Commission. My name is Ron Bowman, 100 Sussex Street. As a music major and a college band director for 33 years, I'm a lifetime supporter of the arts. My brother is a music director on Broadway. So 2 years ago, when I discovered that ClearSpace was building or planning to build behind my home, I was thrilled. You see, I live in one of those 3 homes on Sussex Street that backs to the proposed theater. Unfortunately, that excitement turned to disappointment and frustration on so many occasions due to the lack of information and transparency. Yet I still love what ClearSpace brings to the city. The thing is, I also love my home too, which I built from the ground up 15 years ago, and I love this town now, which I live in full time. I will continue to support ClearSpace Theater, but I feel this commission must take the time that is needed to require specific conditions before granting any approval. What conditions? Well, because ClearSpace could have selected a location to build their theater complex in many other places that would have been far safer with less traffic, less parking, and less residential concerns. To ignore those facts or suggest that they do not exist would be a grave mistake to our city. My first recommended condition deals with traffic. ClearSpace must create a plan to manage traffic at showtime. I understand that there are 3 dedicated drop-off spots in the front of the building. I'm concerned that that is not enough. If you have been a caregiver of a sick or handicapped elderly person, you know it takes time to get a person out of the car safely. We also know that many people will be dropped off during bad weather. Is the 2nd Avenue of Rehoboth Avenue to become a ClearSpace drop-off lane? I hope not. As a teacher who spent many years guiding traffic in a car loop lane, I can tell you that 3 parking spots is not adequate for the amount of people attending shows. I recommend a much wider dedicated drop-off lane to accommodate many cars. In addition, I recommend that during high volume traffic times in the summer, ClearSpace must have an employee outside to assure that traffic flows smoothly on Rehoboth Avenue. My second condition deals with parking. Since there is no garage in this new design, a parking plan is needed. I know we did a design and a traffic study, but we really need a plan. ClearSpace can set up a partnership with local businesses and give them free advertising for their program, for the use of their parking in the evening. At past meetings, several business owners spoke in favor of ClearSpace, but never offered solutions to their parking problem. Maybe they can step up now. Those parking lots sit empty at night, and as I count them, I count 50 just at 2 lots, and if I go to a couple lots even across the street, well over 100 within a block or 2. Has Grove Park been officially worked out with the city? That was a huge discussion before. I've heard nothing about that recently. Maybe they don't need parking.
30 seconds now, Ron.
Thank you. Will ClearSpace provide a shuttle from a designated location if additional parking is needed? Has ClearSpace created a detailed parking plan, or are they just going to dump this problem on the residents? I think ClearSpace would gain much respect if they were more proactive in acquiring spaces for their patrons. Just a few side notes. I saw that traffic study. I appreciate it, but I also had a professional of mine look at that and said it did not address the pedestrian safety. And during COVID, thank you. During COVID, it's very difficult to get this in 15 minutes outside the circle.
Thank you, Ron. The next speaker is Marie Hetkevich.
Hi, this is Maria Kevich. I live at 221 Munson Street. I'm going to focus my 3 minutes on and entering into the public record the problems with the process that have occurred with the city's handling of ClearSpace. First and foremost, today's public hearings are in blatant violation of City Code 236-32, which clearly states that the Planning Commission can schedule a public hearing only after any questions or issues that come up in a preliminary site review are addressed by the applicant and reviewed by the Planning Commission. Not on the same day they have the preliminary site review and the commission raises questions that the applicant needs to address, which is exactly what happened with ClearSpace on July 10th. For this very reason alone, these public hearings are non-compliant with City Code and should not be happening today. Second, inadequate time has been allowed for citizens to review ClearSpace's answers to the July 10th questions. ClearSpace's responses were not submitted to the public until this past Tuesday, and the promised traffic evaluation report was only made available this past Wednesday. How is that reasonable? Furthermore, the Planning Commission told the applicant straightforwardly on July 10th that the provided drawings needed to be replaced with the ones that were actually readable. The drawings in today's agenda appear to be the very same unreadable drawings from July 10th. How is it acceptable that Rehoboth citizens are not being allowed to access readable drawings for this very consequential project? Third, the 1-hour Zoom community meeting held Friday, July 31st was inadequate and hardly the, quote, comprehensive outreach ClearSpace cites in its report. This meeting was limited per the Planning Commission to those in a reasonable proximity to the project in effect within 1,000 feet. That limitation implies that citizens out of that very small area would not be affected by the project's issues of parking, safety, traffic, and architectural harmony in their city. Only 100 plus email invitations went out, including to ClearSpace friends and officials. Numerous residents within that very limited area said they were not invited. What's more, of the 45 people who attended the meeting, I was able to identify only 9 actual Rehoboth City residents on that call. And why didn't ClearSpace or the Planning Commission post the video of the meeting for public view? And why weren't additional meetings held? Friday afternoon at 3 p.m. in the peak of summer is probably one of the worst times to ensure comprehensive outreach. And finally, there are still too many questions about collaboration, perhaps unethical, maybe illegal, between ClearSpace and city officials. What was the role and influence of the city commissioner who, because of her endless advocacy, was asked to recuse herself by the Delaware Public Integrity Commission? How appropriate was it for the building inspector and city solicitor to be involved in developing a strategy to evade parking requirements? How appropriate is it for a current planning commission member to vote on approval when he had himself offered a letter of support to the previous planning commission? How unbiased can he be, and should he recuse himself? And how can the planning commission chair participate in and give expedited review and approval of this project, given his previous relationship with ClearSpace?
Marie, 30 seconds.
Thank you. And for the record, it's only been 2 months, barely 2 months, that this project has been under review. The application for site review was made on June 12th. Why the rush on such a consequential project? This will be the biggest non-hotel development project the city has seen, with massive implications for parking, traffic, safety, and the character of our city. Bottom line,
Wonderful.
Today's public hearings are non-compliant with city code. They shouldn't be happening. And the process has been subverted. The citizens of Rehoboth deserve better. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. The next speaker is Chad Sensenik.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. Along with the concerns brought up by my surrounding community, I'd like to voice the concern over ClearSpace's proposed sound mitigation to the surrounding properties. Our property is on Sussex Street, directly behind the closed space theater site. When we purchased the property in March of 2020, one of the main attractions with the property was its tranquil rural patio area. Our family spends a significant amount of time on the back patio area, as do our neighbors on their patios. We have great concerns that our current quiet and peaceful environment will forever be interrupted by sounds resonating from the theater, as the exterior walls are only 10 feet from the property line. In the prime season, ClearSpace plans to conduct evening shows Monday through Thursday starting at 7 p.m. In addition to these shows, the ClearSpace plans to conduct matinees, late night, they're renting their facility for late nights starting at 10 p.m. and a variety of all-season shows. Which brings me to my family's primary concern. How does ClearSpace plan to mitigate the theater noise to the surrounding neighbors? The drawing provided by ClearSpace Theater details the sound transition coefficient rating of approximately 60 to the exterior walls. As an engineer by trade, I would not use the term approximately on any of my engineering drawings or performance specifications. I would use quantifiable terms such as not to exceed or no less than. The term approximately seems very open-ended and opens the wall sound abatement performance to interpretation. For my research, the STC ratings only address the noise isolation from 125 hertz to 4,000 hertz range. This range primarily pertains to speech frequencies and gives no information on the sounds that register below free speech frequencies, such as bass notes or certain sound effects, which often register below 125 hertz. In such cases, this STC rating may not be accurately used to describe how well a particular wall design will use to abate noise levels. So my questions I'd like to address prior to this being approved is, how does ClearSpace Theater plan to address the sound mitigation across the entire frequency band? ClearSpace Theater drawing has a sound transmission of approximately 60. What is the tolerance band of approximately? Is ClearSpace Theater getting any type of testing or certification on their exterior walls to verify the wall's ability to mitigate the theater's sounds to the surrounding neighbors? Or is this just a case of it is what it is and the neighbors will be forced to deal with it? If the proposed theater does not have sufficient wall construction to mitigate the sounds from resonating to the outside community, I believe there should be a remediation plan in place. Is there a remediation plan in place? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bo Lauder.
Yes, Bo. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good, thank you. Bo Lauder, 96 Sussex Street. I know at the last planning meeting, there were a list of stipulations and questions asked of Clear Space, and the chairman noted that those had been received and addressed. I have not seen a list of those questions nor Clear Space's responses. And back to what Marie said, I believe the statutory language says that those issues should be resolved, not just addressed before further action can be taken. I would also like to note the expertise and the experience of the speakers up to this point. We have engineers and we have people who are former members of city subcommittees, and I think they speak from a place of knowledge and great experience. Regarding Mr. Paulson's outreach to the community, he claimed to have met with me 3 times. That is patently not true. I was on a meeting with him 2 years ago by telephone. I have not spoken to him 3 times. And again, I don't think that the Planning Commission had in mind a mass email to an unknown distribution list in as far as comprehensive neighborhood outreach. That simply did not happen. Further, a site review documenting the complete context of the project that shows the back of the project from Sussex Street, which certainly is part of the neighborhood, has never been done despite many requests that it be done. We do not see on any drawings provided by ClearSpace how the theater impacts our side of Sussex Street. I believe that we are entitled to this by city direction. I'm worried about sound, just as Chad mentioned, and I think his words should be taken to heart. I don't think that their sound attenuation plan is adequate. The architect that I engaged said that simply enclosing HVAC units on a roof with glass blocks is merely an attempt to, a decorative attempt and not a sound mitigation strategy.
30 seconds.
Those pieces of equipment need to be wrapped in soundproofing, and that is a common courtesy that large buildings pay their neighbors. In the end, I think Rehoboth has spoken, and this project should not go further.
Oh, did you text me
at
back?
least
I'm
not
sorry,
with
I'm in a
all of the
video
open
chat
questions,
meeting.
including the new one now posed by the ARC. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Bednarik.
He's not on the call.
Then Janice Miller. Janice.
Looks like she's a resident of the ARC, if I'm reading the address right. I can't hear.
Okay, here I am. Hello, thank you. This is Janice Miller speaking, and my name is Janice Miller, and I own a unit at the ARC. My address is 409 Rehoboth Avenue, Unit 30, and I probably have the dubious honor of having my bedroom closest to the proposed buildings. My comments today are related to some of the items that the Planning Commission will be dealing with as part of the site plan. Number 1 is protection of public safety and general welfare. 2 is motorized vehicle traffic flow. 3 is access to structures, and 4 is impact on nearby properties in the neighborhood. It's unfortunate today that we are talking about ClearSpace as not a friend of our community, but as a community member who will bring problems to the immediate area, and not only to the neighborhood, but to the broader Rehoboth Beach community. I am one of the speakers today who is opposed to ClearSpace at this particular location. My first item deals with the location itself. The proposed location is a half block from the traffic circle, and we can kid ourselves and we can talk about both pedestrian and vehicular traffic safety in this particular area. But the bottom line is this is a very busy intersection. To think about patrons driving from the west into Rehoboth Beach, taking a left turn, swinging back around Rehoboth Avenue to drop someone off in front of the project, in front of the new buildings, and then seeking parking is just laughable. It will create a traffic nightmare in its own, and that is contributed, that is a problem with the location so close to the traffic circle. The second issue that no one really has talked about is setbacks. While apparently according to the code, it is permissible for a commercial use to have basically 0 setbacks, that on both the east side as well as the west side of the property, it will back up to residential neighborhoods, and a buffer at least of 5 feet should be respected, because that is what good neighbors do. Part of the problem with the site is it is simply too small for the proposed uses. The last item has to deal in general with parking and traffic. While there are numerous parking spaces that are close by, whether they be in residential neighborhoods or whether they be metered parking, the question—
30 seconds, Ms. Miller, thank you.
Okay, the question is will people use them? I would urge the Planning Commission to either delay or to deny this application. I do thank you for your diligence and for your work on this project, but want to reiterate that this is the wrong location for clear space. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker is Tom Evans.
Yes. A couple of things. I'm not going to be redundant, but I'll make them brief. And I'm going to turn over the balance of my time to Harvey Shulman when I'm done. So Harvey, get ready. For those that do not know, the traffic circle is a great idea. You want to get rid of it. You can't do it. That's owned by the state. That is a state highway. They designed it. They installed it. Good luck changing it, even though you may not like it. Pedestrians at night, that's a big problem. All the streets in the area other than Rehoboth Avenue lack any sidewalks. So everybody coming and going is going to be on foot if they're coming from their cars in the middle of the road, like our normal tourists do with their backs to traffic. Also, I've heard from this particular hearing that there are times when there are 2 shows. If there are 2 shows, those in the first showing will not clear their parking spaces before the second ones come back for the second show. They'll likely go to dinner or be on the town. So where are the people going to park? And that's why, for the second showing, so that's why a parking plan is essential for new construction that has that many people that need to find parking within that given area. With that, I yield the rest of my time to Harvey Shulman.
Okay, Mr. Shulman.
That looks like about 1.5 minutes, if he's there. Harvey?
Mr. Shulman?
Yes, I'm here. May I start?
Yes, you have about 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Thank you. I want to go back to the lot merger question because it ties into parking and whether this is one project or not. You really cannot move ahead with any vote on this without looking at that question. One of the speakers said this project is integrated. It's a campus. Everyone said that. That's true. But more than that, the fact is that until a few months ago, these 3 lots were all commonly owned, and they were used for a long time as a single integrated lot. There's a process to undo that. What they've done is they've taken title separately, but that doesn't mean that it's still not a merged lot for zoning purposes. So this is a project over 15,000 square feet. And you need to keep this in mind if you let this continue, because there will be other precedent. Under the parking requirements, restaurants, professional buildings,
About 30 seconds, Mr. Schulman.
things like that, will do the same thing. They'll have adjoining lots, although each building in that case will be more than 10,000 square feet. They'll separate them by a tiny courtyard, and this will become the thing for nobody providing parking. Please look at my written submission. This is going to be worse than the Seashore Striders Saturday morning runs, which already lead to a lot of parking in the neighborhood, including where I live on Henlopen Avenue. And that's even when parking meters are free in town. So the parking is a real problem, and it's a practical problem that you need to focus on, but also a legal problem where you've got to take a look at the code and recognize these merged lots with an integrated operation do in fact require parking under the code. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have Susan Good. She would like to speak.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that. I see she's back on the screen. Yes, Susan?
Yes, I've been unmuted. Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you.
Great.
We can hear
Thank you. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, there were some identification problems by Max, and I appreciate his fixing those. I concur with everything Harvey Schulman just said. So it segues nicely into the issue that, to me, speaks to the mishandling, the miscarriage of justice here. I'm going to ask all of you on the Planning Commission, the city solicitor, and the building inspector simply to carry out your responsibility to the community to protect our safety by enforcing the building code under a reasonable interpretation. What I'm seeing is subdivision of this property, which is one entity, one campus, one complex, solely in order to circumvent the parking regulations, which are part of the building code. That code is necessary to reduce the negative externalities of this theater complex or any building on the rest of society. Parking spaces mitigate the number of cars circling in search of parking in an area, as others have pointed out, with lots of pedestrians, including many streets which lack sidewalks, which exacerbates the pedestrian conditions and problems. And by way of background, I feel the city has already accommodated clear space by transferring to them the use of Grove Park. The surface lot there, I believe, has about 35 spaces. In the evening, it's normally closed to the public, with the exception that those using the playground or the fitness trail, I believe, are allowed to park there until dusk. So the parking requirements were already reduced substantially to this bare minimum of 28 spaces, which is trivial for a 256-seat auditorium. So negotiations should have ended there, full stop, that's it. But instead, we're left with this continued negotiation, this circumvention of the building code. And I think people are feeling as though the welfare of everybody else is expendable, and that clear space should get some free pass here.
30 seconds, Ms. Good.
And, thank you. And I suggest clear space and its supporters go back to their original architectural plan with 28 spaces. They actually have those plans at their disposal. They spent funds to pay for those drawings and renderings. They could actually break ground soon if they just become a reasonable party with whom we have to deal. I live within half a block of the proposed project. This theater does not have the right to impact my quality of life adversely, nor the quality of life of any pedestrian in that immediate area. I asked the Planning Commission to hold clear space to the same rules which apply to everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann, did anyone email in any questions or comments?
I have no additional comments that have come in.
Okay, thank you, Ann. Okay, let's turn it back over to the commissioners for discussion. First of all, I guess before we get into the discussion among the commissioners, I do want to address the issue of conflicts of interest. It has been raised in the course of these public comments, and I noted that I have been asked once again to recuse myself from participating. I know that Ms. Macha has been asked to recuse herself as a result of a recent conversation she had with a member of the public. And there's also been a comment made about Mr. Covington and whether he should recuse himself. As you know, I spoke to my issue with respect to whether or not I had a conflict of interest very extensively at the preliminary review of the site plans, and I don't intend to reiterate my comments. Again, they are on the record for anyone to hear or read. And I will let Ms. Macha respond to the allegations that she has a conflict of interest if she would like.
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have already made a comment or two here today that I spent time at the site and had a list of questions myself that I had as it relates to preparation for this meeting today. While I was on site yesterday morning, I was encountered by Suzanne Good. She began giving me her feedback on this project, similar to what she just did here, especially as it relates to the parking. Also her comments and concerns around the circle, the dock, and the Wayfarer signs. I stopped Susan and told her that this project wouldn't be coming before the Planning Commission if it didn't meet code. She unjustifiably stated that I obviously drank the Kool-Aid and that I supported this two-building project. I stated that this was not true and that we would definitely have some questions here today for the various folks that have worked on this project as well as Wesley. So I think it's pretty clear that I've spent a lot of time in preparation for this meeting. I have had questions myself. I in no way have a bias on this project, and I do not plan to recuse myself. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. Mr. Covington, I know you spoke at the preliminary review with respect to your situation. Do you want to say anything further?
That's correct. Mrs. Hatrovich, she referred to me as a member of the board who had sent a letter when I was a private citizen. My wife and I sent a letter to, I can't remember if it was to Chairman Mellon or it was to Cape Gazette supporting the Clear Space Theater. I will say, however, that, and I went back and I looked at the previous hearings before I was on the Board of Commissioners, and almost to the extent of everyone on there, they all pretty much said they all support Clear Space. So I am not biased one way or another, and I think a lot of people who are opposed to Clear Space today are only opposed to its location, not to Clear Space. So the fact that I, as a member of the public, and my wife sent a letter saying we support Clear Space is a different matter now. My concern now is I have to look at the city code. Does it comply with that? And does it comply with CDP? And that I will do that honestly and fairly, and I'm not going to recuse myself either.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Covington. I do want to, before we get into discussion, Chief Banks does have some time constraints. and needs to leave in a short while. So I do want to give him the opportunity to address any of the issues relating to traffic and parking, pedestrian safety, before he has to leave. I know he's been sitting here intently listening to the comments from the, and so Chief Banks, do you have anything to say on those matters?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have anything specifically to add. I'd be more than glad to follow up with answering any questions somebody may have from the committee that has any follow-up. Obviously, the traffic crashes, 16 can, we always work on those to try to better educate people. We are looking at the lighting in the area as well, the city, as well as the crosswalks around town. And also, all those things are being looked at and addressed by city officials currently. Has nothing to do with this project at all. It's why they're looking at it. That's just a comprehensive thing they're looking around town. Again, I don't have anything specific to add. If there's a question you have that you would like me to answer from some of the questions that came in.
Do any of the members of the Planning Commission have any questions they would like to ask Chief? Yes, Barry.
Thank you. Chief Banks, you've heard people talk about the danger of pedestrian traffic in and around the circle. Do you have any statistics about injured pedestrians there?
Not right in front of me, except for the last year and a half ones, and there was no pedestrian accidents at that location. Now, I'd have to go back further and look. I'm sure there's been a few, but not within last year and a half, and that's all that I looked up. So I don't have that data in front of me.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Chief Banks? Yes, Lee.
Dovetail on to Barry's comment and ask Banks if do you have any concerns about additional pedestrian traffic crossing Rehoboth Avenue as a result of clear space patrons parking on the south side of Rehoboth Avenue and crossing to get to the theater?
Not at this time. Anytime there's a new project, if it's a hotel or project like Clear Space or like I said, a church or anything earlier, we're going to always monitor that to see that people are obeying the crosswalks and may at the very beginning have officers out there to monitor the situation and to and educate the public to make sure they're using the crosswalk appropriately. And all, but in fairness, that's pretty typical what we would do in any area. Even though the school is out of the way, same thing when it opened up, we were out there monitoring how the flow was to make sure it was going well. And, then see if we have to put any additional signage or bring anything to anyone's attention. So I guess the best way to answer your question, and it's not to wait and see, but I don't right off the bat see any issues. People will disperse as they're leaving and they'll come at different times. Yes, they'll get close to the time it starts, but depending on the show, will they have dinner or stop somewhere prior to eat? Will they be coming from the boardwalk area? Will they get dropped off by the Jolly Trolley at 3rd Street and use the sidewalk coming? Or will they use the DART bus that drops off in front of the ARC currently? So I don't right now think there will be any issue.
Thank you, Chief Banks.
Rachel.
Chief Banks, I have a question for you. I actually dealt with this in Wilmington, Delaware, where I lived full-time until the last few years. Because I live next to the Delaware Art Museum. So we, at times as neighbors, had to deal with outdoor festivals and, music that were on the grounds there. My question to you is, realizing there would be some performances here that would start later at 10 p.m. and perhaps, get out at midnight or whatever. I know there have been a lot of concerns here from some of the neighbors as it relates to the noise level. and decibel level within the facility itself. I mean, at the end of the day, doesn't Clear Space still need to abide by our noise ordinance here in Rehoboth? So that, you know, obviously from a decibel level and noise level, in their facility, they would still need to obviously meet that code of 11 p.m. Is that correct?
That is correct, and we do monitor that along with code enforcement officers. But we do have a noise meter that certified, that's calibrated each year, that we get to complaints in commercial and residential areas, and all. So yes, they do have to comply with that.
Thank you.
Chief, is there, I believe that there was some mention at the preliminary site plan review of the possibility of doing some cuts to develop some laybys, assist in drop off and pick up of patrons. Is that something that in the future would be a possibility? Would that be helpful?
Again, all discussions that the city officials in Streets and Transportations Committee was talking about previously at the crosswalks throughout town, especially on Rehoboth Avenue, and all that was one of the things that we were talking about with the lights that are implanted in the ground to help alert people that are crossing. So again, I don't think the city has just abandoned the project. It all came down with COVID and to put things on hold as far as the spending of money at this time.
I was inquiring more about the possibility of cutting into the city right of way to provide a better area for cars to stop, drop off, and pick up patrons. I know it's not part of the current plans, but is that something that you would recommend in the future, perhaps?
I would have to sit there and look at it because, again, with the fire lanes, the 3 fire lanes being asked on, and then it's going to be cut in, it's already going to kind of be just left open, sort of, because there are 3 spaces in between the fire lane spaces, but the city has advised, it's my understanding, I don't want to speak for the city manager or anyone else, but that they would work with them on the parking and make them like 15 minutes. So if that's the case, and they're getting over, and even if the dark bus got up in front of Clear Space proposal, I think the bus would, use the fire lane, not to park there or to stop there, but to kind of ease off to the side into one of those parking spaces. But yes, it's something we could look at.
Thank you. Any other questions for Chief Banks? No, seeing none. Chief, thank you for being here. You're welcome to stay as long as time permits.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Thank you for attending. All right, then I guess we should open it up for discussion. Yes, Rachel.
I've heard several folks here concerned about how the project was viewed. Dom is still with us, right? I do think I still see him on here.
Yes.
Yeah. So Dom, maybe you could just speak to, the compliance here of this project to address the many concerns that I've heard from the public as it relates to the 2 buildings and the fact that it's, a campus here, and I'll just let you take it from there. Can you hear us?
Dom?
Yeah. On the 2 buildings, as the application came in, it's 2 separate parcels. I looked at. Now, there is an issue that is still outstanding, and that is the unmerging of the parcels. That basically has to come back to the Planning Commission for review and approval. I'm proceeding to review these buildings as 2 separate applications because we're talking about they're being submitted as 2 separate parcels. Until then, I leave that to the Planning Commission to see if this is because you are given, it has been referred to you, do you want to look at it as a complex, as an entertainment complex, as opposed to two separate parcels?
Can I address that? So the code does allow for administrative unmergers and mergers of lots when the lots are being used as they were originally plotted. So ClearSpace came to us, let me see, prior to June, and we went through the process of that administrative lot consolidation and unmerger. So lots 1413 and 1415, which will have, if approved, the ClearSpace portion, have been administratively consolidated for that purpose. It does not mean that the lot line between 413 and 415 has been extinguished. It just means that for zoning purposes, they are merged for one building that exists on those two lots. That merger process was recorded. It's in deed book 5258 at page 255, and it was recorded on June 23rd, 2020. So, and that can be available to anybody who wants to see it and inspect it. So I don't think there's an issue with consolidation of lots or unmerger of lots. So when Dom said that he thinks it has to come back to the Planning Commission, it would have to come to the Planning Commission if there was going to be an extinguishment of the line between 413 and 415. There's not. There's going to be, those lots are consolidated for zoning purposes, but they are still two legal lots. So it does not need to come to the Planning Commission under the merger provisions of the code.
Thank you, Mr. Mandelis. Mr. Kaufman?
Yeah, I'd like the council to just address this general question that was raised about the process problems and non-compliance with the county for this process. I do understand that these properties are going to be before us as separate parcels, but that doesn't mean if it's approved that they can't interact with each other, as many properties do. They're being approved as separate parcels. But I would like council to address this issue, this whole issue of process problems. I think he did just now, but I want to know if there's anything else that was raised that gives him pause.
Yeah, so as I understand it, you know, both buildings, of course, are being reviewed in the Building and Licensing Department as separate buildings. So they have to meet the building code if it was that single building on that single parcel being submitted for review. They have to meet all the building codes, fire codes, every other zoning code that is necessary if it was a standalone single project. So while the buildings in many ways can complement each other, and I think they're expected to complement each other, and that's why this public hearing is, both of them are going to be considered today, because you need to necessarily know if there's any interaction between them that might create a planning issue that you would want to address in a resolution. But I don't think that there's not been an issue that I've seen or heard that is somehow not code compliant or somehow is inconsistent with what's allowed by using two separate parcels and two separate buildings. I don't think there's any issues there.
Mr. Hunker?
Yeah, I have a few things to say when you're ready to open it. I have about 5 or 6 topics that came up, but on this sharing of a space or neighboring buildings, I might be the only one here that has this experience. I own 2 restaurants that are right next to each other and happen to be right across the street from ClearSpace. And I know I've said this before about not in my backyard kind of piece, but no one in the 20 years I've been here and 16 across the street from the church has brought up a parking issue. There is no drop-off place for ClearSpace right now. There's no special fire lane. There is nothing of the traffic that it causes, which is great. I have a restaurant that causes 2 restaurants that cause this, but This idea that it's going to bring completely new people, or that it doesn't already exist, that it's going to be spun up like rising from the ashes. This happens every single day. They run the same shows at the same times, and the sound in the years or whatever, 9 years across the street, it never comes through. And they do measure the decibels. My own patio has been measured for decibel readings. So I just need to be clear on that. Next door to each other and having two separate restaurants and two separate companies and two separate liquor licenses does not stop me from sharing managers, sharing bartenders, from sharing equipment to go back and forth. So we have to stop thinking that there's the rules here. This is completely code compliant, and it's okay to go from building to building. I do it every single day, except for the record, you're not allowed to bring liquor back and forth. It's taxed separately. So just want to be clear on that. I have other comments, but that I'll wait till it's my turn. But this space usage thing, we just happen to be next to each other, and as they will be next to each other, and probably using it as much as I do to be efficient.
That's an excellent example, Mark. Thanks. I was trying to think of one actually, so I'm glad you jumped in.
The only one in town that's right next to each other, as opposed to other restaurant people or store owners running from Wilmington to Baltimore or something like
that. Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, to Mark's point and Rachel's, the difference here is it's not that they communicate with each other. It's that what the consideration of the scale and size of the application is for the facility that would trigger a requirement for parking. And that's a different situation than the ones that you just described. The other, from the traffic and the safety, which has to be considered to, it is generally correct that the net amount of parking that isn't available doesn't change in either location. What changes is the fact that where it's currently located, it's on essentially, quote, a dead-end street, which ends on the boardwalk and the beach, which affects the travel and mobility problems, both of individuals, bicycles, and cars. Where the new location is on a major arterial, that's the access point and egress point from the city. And so therefore the considerations are different in how it's approached from the transportation perspective. Parking issue, though, is one which has been mentioned and Glenn has talked about, and in Harvey's documentation that he created that was submitted as an individual, is that this may be setting a precedent that anyone could take advantage of in the commercial areas to avoid having parking, which in fact is a requirement for the scale of the project that wishes to be built. And that's really where one of the crux of the situations here that we have to deal with. And I think we have to perhaps discuss in further detail with our legal counsel of the implication of what it is we're doing. There's a sort of it's a difficult situation. Urban planning and something that's called the NIMBY syndrome, which is not in my backyard. We have people that support and love the idea of clear space within the city, its importance as a cultural icon for the city, and I think those are all significant positives. And so that's the good news. And the fact that these two structures, forgetting the legal issue at the moment, that they have placed that are 10 feet from the row of trees that's been discussed several times. If this were a typical commercial building, legally, they could take it to within 5 feet. So it's further in. So the good news is it's not as close as it otherwise could be. So that's a positive. The issue that was raised with the traffic circle, and as a technical matter, actually it's called a roundabout. It's not big enough to be a circle. And the reason that you haven't seen, and this is true around the country, the accident rate is so low for vehicles is that roundabouts create confusion in the mind of the people that are coming in. and they literally usually slow down. Not all, but they usually slow down because they're not sure what the hell is going on. And that's the reason transportation officials like those, and they're installed. The question that was raised earlier by Donna Mabry on with regard to pedestrian safety, that's a different ballgame. And so it will be very different at the location that's being proposed as opposed to the location where it is right, because it is an arterial. And that changes the dynamics that occur. So those are things we have to consider. The larger issue, though, and I think I'd have to ask our legal counsel with regard to the fact that we may by accident be setting precedent that we did not intend, fact that others may come in and do something similar for purposes that we don't think are good for the city. And that's, I think, the largest concern that I have in this situation, is that by separating it, I think that was good. I think it's excellent. The scale of the building is smaller. Everything about it is terrific. However, does it set a precedent that in fact is negative for the city as a whole because of the actions we might take by accident? And I'd have to ask Glenn, is that a possibility by virtue of the fact that these are being considered separately, but in fact are really one?
Well, I think that there's nothing in the code that I'm aware of that prohibits the framework in which ClearSpace and Spotlight have proceeded on two separate parcels. So could it be done someplace else? Yes, it could be. Just as Planning Commissioner Hunter mentioned, he's got two separate parcels, but there's the sharing. Now, I understand that restaurants don't have a parking requirement, so it's a little bit different. But this, I guess if this has highlighted perhaps a reality under our code that maybe makes sense to revise the code if there's concerns, we can. But I don't see in this instance any prohibition against what ClearSpace and Spotlight has done, which does then avoid the parking requirement.
Right, but it then creates precedent that others may utilize to avoid parking, and in fact, it results in a cavalcade or a cascade of negative occurrences in the city.
But you can't know if that's going to happen. And 5 years from now or 25 years from now, or where three lots are going to appear magically for this to happen.
That's exactly, I agree with you, Mark, and that's exactly, I mean, foresight is always better than hindsight, and we
wouldn't have crossed the Mississippi.
This is a very difficult situation.
I don't see it that way, but that's everybody's prerogative to see it differently. We wouldn't have gone west if we didn't know, because we wouldn't have crossed the Mississippi. It's a limited 1 mile square place we're talking about here. I don't see the building that Eden is built in to be built again in any time soon, with different codes and so on. So people correct themselves as they go, but this is the complex they are on right now is a pretty big complex and mixed use.
Mr. Coffin? Yeah, my experience in 45 years of land use practice.
Oh, Steve, you froze.
Yeah. Repression, the site. That doesn't mean that it's a precedent or not. Either they comply with the code or they don't. And I think, as counsel said a moment ago, it's not that it couldn't happen again somewhere. If you had two parcels that would be interacting once they were approved, but it's not a precedent in the sense that it's something that is acceptable now generally. The case stands on its own. It either will be approved on its own, and the next one that comes up will have other issues, and it'll stand on its own or not.
Other comments?
Yeah, I just reiterate what was said. If it does become a problem, then we can go and change the building code.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
watching it. Are they voting?
I mean, in the end, we may have. Oh, sorry, someone talking.
I'm sorry, Rachel, could you repeat that?
I was going to say, in the end, just like our residential code, things change quickly. So typically, by the time you build a home, there is probably a code change that would make you out of compliance, or something would change for the future. So at this point, I think obviously we need to evaluate this project with the code that we have. And it sounds like both our council and our building and license leader, who has been doing this a very long time, find this project code compliant.
Yes, Joyce?
I would agree from what they've said that it's definitely code compliant. But when we look at the code and we also look at the CDP, which Mike Strange is always telling us to look at, and which I've read in the last week, it's there's something about the spirit of the law as opposed to the law. I have no question with what it does follow, and it is code compliant. They've made sure of that. But why did they do it this way? It's obviously to avoid parking. So they must have thought that parking was a huge thing. So there are a lot of things that have been shifted here. And I think when we look at it, we not only look at the law itself, but we also look at the spirit in which this was done. And it seems that there have been a lot of adjustments to make this work somehow. Nobody is against a theater, obviously. That's not the issue. We're talking about location. That's all we're talking about. And we've all supported it. We all enjoy the theater. We've sent children to the theater, etc. So that can't come up as an issue. It's only about location and forcing this in. And there seems to be a big rush to force it. There are a lot of people who still have questions and want to look at it. I think it's true. We cannot predict what's going to happen in the future, but we certainly can deal with what's happening in the present. And that's why we're here.
But go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, so I have a range of issues that I want to talk about very quickly. The lot merger consolidation issue. I don't feel like I really have my arms around that issue, but I think I understand it in this situation. Whether it has impacts in terms of a precedent in the future, I feel pretty confident that one big building, what we started with, one big building that had underground parking, which I feel very strongly about, that we really need to do something about that. And we've had that discussion about what the requirements need to look like in the future. I think we're being very foolish if we don't build parking when we redevelop. And I really think in the CDP, we have to outline a process so that we can get the community on one page about that. But in this case, the parking, I mean, it was really a drop in a bucket in terms of what the parking requirement would be. So it would be impossible to have an urban theater within our business district. And I don't think we want to have that. I mean, I think the CDP in some ways speaks to both sides of the issue. We had a large scale building, and if we have a large scale building in the future, these same kind of issues that we're talking about today are going to come out, and the buildings are going to be scaled down. So in some ways, the scenario we have now is not perfect, but it kind of worked to make everything work out. Not to anybody's total 100% satisfaction, but there's been a give and take and a compromise. So I just wanted to point out, the building got smaller and it's in separate lots. So I think what Mark helped us understand in terms of a different site is something to really think about. So the things the things that trouble me more are the people who talked about the timeline and they didn't have what they needed to have with enough time. To be totally honest, this week was a nightmare for me. I mean, I really had a difficult time. I'm getting messages from the public. I'm seeing the message again sent to Ann, again sent to us, again posted in a new agenda over and over again. I had a very long work week with a lot of complications, and I felt very, very, very challenged to keep up. And I signed up for this, so that's okay, but I'm not sure the public signed up for this. So the issue about the readable plans, I think, is very troubling. The community meeting, we did not hear the process by which ClearSpace notified the neighbors and the residents. And I think there should have been notification to everyone, and I think that was our intention, that everyone be notified. I saw people signed up, 50. I was one of the 50, but I thought it was better not to even, well, I was busy at work, but I also thought it was best not to listen in real time because I didn't want to be tempted to say anything, or that there could possibly be a bias in the terms of the people who listen, and so I backed off. And I know other people like me signed up and did not participate. So I don't know who was at the meeting and what they represent. It just seems like it could have been done. There was a time constraint which we put on them, but it seems like, you know, there could have been some thought to how that was done. And some things are also because of the changing nature of the plan. So it's Mr. Sensenig mentioned that the sound mitigation. So he knows something about this field. He's right in the backyard. You know, it seems like there should be some sort of process where he would get enough information that he could know what his opinion is. I think right now he's saying he doesn't have enough information. So I think a lot of this could be met if we moved ahead. We could have some conditions around these things. I don't think anything is a defect, but they are. I mean, I don't want to put it on ClearSpace's thing, but you know that we are moving really fast here in the final stage, and I think it's worth having discussion if we do get to the point where we're considering approval, that we have conditions that make sense for some of these concerns that we think are really legitimate.
Are we not considering approval? Are we not considering approval today?
Yes, we are, I think.
Okay. I want to be.
Can I, Mr. Chairman?
Well, let me just point out that there are three things that we can do today with respect. We can approve conditions and requirements, or we can deny. So, you know, I don't believe that anyone's decided that we're approving necessarily. You know, there will come a time when, you know, I'll ask for a motion one way or the other. Yes, Mr. Kaufman.
In order to sort of move it along so we can get to a point where we make one of those three decisions, I would like to suggest, if we actually go to a point where we go to approval, that we have certain conditions. And I have some conditions I'd like to recommend, including one which would hold the record open for a few weeks so that we can have a full set of plans, both at the at City Hall and also at the theater, for private parties, you know, for anybody interested to view, and then they can submit comments on the set of plans. If they, I'm not talking about issues that we've already talked about, but if there are issues about these plans and people need to see the full set of plans, I think that we can put a condition on here that ClearSpace provide a full set of plans, both at Town Hall and at the theater, for a period of time before the record would finally close. I had some other conditions that I thought we could consider if we're going to go ahead today. The first one is that there be a requirement for a traffic mitigation plan, which includes the requirement for pedestrian safety measures and working with the city to provide those measures, even if they mean traffic control measures. Secondly, that there be a condition that the buffers be increased if at all possible with the residential neighbors by having an interaction with those neighbors to see if additional buffers can be placed on their properties on the other side of the fence, on the other side of the 10-foot holdback. I talked about plans. Also, that there be a condition that they explore additional sound mitigation methods, including wrapping things in sound control, and there should be an acoustics analysis where an acoustics expert can provide those kinds of recommendations. And then lastly, on the parking, that there be a requirement that they look at providing parking in other ways. In other words, looking at partnering with the private sector, also looking at potentially having some agreement with outside commercial property where people can park and a shuttle could bring people in. Let me just see if there's anything else. Those are my main thoughts about the conditions that would be required if we move ahead today. And obviously that would be requirements on both cases. Thank you for considering me.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Any other comments?
It's Rachel. I'd just like to add on to Steve's last comment around the parking, because I've been thinking about this quite a bit. I think it would be also wonderful for Clear Space to have a willingness to post on their website possible parking locations, and if at all possible, in working with these restaurants or other businesses to secure parking, whether it's the city or a business, to even almost offer kind of a package, right, with the tickets. If someone needs a parking spot, the theater, in my mind, is small enough that you can actually help manage through some of this for the folks that actually need parking coming in. So if they also know where they're going, if they're a season ticket holder and you always have the same parking spot for that season, it makes it a whole lot easier than you riding around looking for a parking spot every single time you come to a show. So just a suggestion there. I think there are ways that we can mitigate the stress and the concerns on parking with just a little bit of kind of marketing and planning, frankly.
Okay. Any other commissioner comments?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr.
My hand's up. I need to just clarify one thing with the approve with some recommendations. Are we approving with they must do the list that Steve just went through, or they do their best? I mean, are this parking idea, and then Rachel, I wish this existed. Where do we think we're going to find these parking spots? I see 250 to 300 people a night on a Saturday, right across the street from this theater, right? And then I have another restaurant next to it, and the Moon is there, and Cafe Azafran and Fable. Where, if these parking spots existed, I would pay for them, but they don't.
Let me address that. I think that's a very good point that Mark. I don't think the parking requirement condition is an absolute must. I think it's the best efforts type thing. The others, though, I think should be actual requirements, traffic management and pedestrian safety plan, increasing the buffers and looking at noise mitigation. Obviously, with the parking thing in terms of what they can and can't, there has to be a real effort, obviously, but they can't come up with something that really makes, that really would really work and really would be great. They'd have to come back to the city and explain why. So those are my thoughts.
And I want to hit the pedestrian thing too, because again, everybody filters out one door currently and on one street and goes west into the city. You will come out of here, whether you're taking the bus, you've parked in Grove Park, you're going to walk back into the city for a drink or go to where you live, this disbursement, like the outfall, will be significantly less than what happens right now. No one, the NIMBY thing is real. I have brought it up every time we've talked about this. No one cares about it right now. Are we going to then ask them now to start providing parking and provide people of how people get across First Street and get over to Rehoboth Avenue and get over to Maryland and Olive or go to the beach? This is the part we can make these recommendations, which are great, but these parking spots and these the chief of police said that a pedestrian hasn't been hit here, and at 11 o'clock at night the traffic is not the same at 8 o'clock at night. It is much lighter. I send employees and patrons out all the time through that piece, and there is a second exit to this town. So I believe we should put some hopes and dreams on here, but if they can't find 50 parking spots, I just find that crazy. I would love 10 parking spots. I would love the city to give me the 6 spots in front of my restaurant, like they do for other people shopping. I would love that, but that's not a possibility. I just wanted to say something about the sound, doing the best thing, but these are professionals as well. They know how to buffer sound and keep it in a building. If there is an issue, they should work it out. But we don't even know if it is an issue for the people behind them yet. It's not an issue now, completely not an issue now. I am right across the street from it. I can bring you the restaurants on both sides that don't have a complaint about it. So I am for putting parameters in here or bumpers, but putting something that would say, well, I told you 5 months ago that this was my requirement, so now you can't build. I find that to be something that we don't do for other people. And this process isn't so new. I just listened to something from April 2019 that you had a discussion about this. So this didn't pop up in June. So those are my piece. Oh, and the ARC. The ARC has 30 plus apartments with people bringing their cars and people bringing, you can go and rent a place in the ARC and sleep up to 6 people. So on VRBO. So again, this isn't bringing new people. These are people that are here already. So I've said my piece. You can put me on silent.
No, Steve, I'm just going to jump in. I did not intend for my comments on parking to be a condition as part of approval, but I am offering them up as I do think there's an opportunity here from a marketing perspective to, just do a little work, right? And provide parking for folks that need it, since that seems to be a huge concern for the neighbors. And I think there are some other things that the city can do. I think Chief Banks understands that and probably has some ideas himself, and can work with the parking folks at City Hall as well. So I would not put it as part of a concern. And I totally agree with you on the noise piece of it. After living next to the Delaware Art Museum for 8 years myself in Wilmington, Delaware, there was never an issue with noise. Even though some of those outdoor performances were done, they still stayed below the decibel level that was measured, and they were allowed. So I don't think that's going to be a problem either.
Anyone else want to add to the discussion? Okay. I sort of see the parking issue very similar to the recommendation with respect to increasing the size of the lavatories. I think, we're asking them to do their best to use common sense in approaching this. Respect to additional sound mitigation, again, I think that's something that could be a request that we request that they work with their architects and specialists, and also continue to have discussions with their neighbors. But again, I think it's a best efforts type of situation, in my view. The traffic mitigation plan and pedestrian safety, I agree with all of the comments that have been made that this is a serious issue, and we have been considering that for some time. I rely a great deal on Chief Banks' assessment of the situation and also his stated approach to handling the matter in the future and monitoring the situation, working with ClearSpace, and doing what is in the best interests of the safety and welfare of the patrons and others, here in the city of Rehoboth. I have some difficulty in not allowing an applicant to move forward when they have a code compliant plan based on external matters over which they have no control. And in my view, a lot of what ClearSpace is being asked to do are matters that really need to be addressed by other third parties. If traffic is a problem in the city, pedestrian safety is a problem in the city, parking is a problem in the city, it's the obligation of the city's elected officials to address those problems. I can't justify not allowing an applicant to move forward with a code compliant site plan simply because the city has failed to address the broader problems that exist here. With respect to parking, again, I believe that the city can act fairly quickly to address some of those immediate issues by implementing a resident parking area and address those concerns that the people in the neighboring streets have about the parking situation as it affects them. With respect to pedestrian safety, I'm comfortable that the police department and Chief Banks will monitor that and assess it and do what they always do in protecting our pedestrians. So on balance, it's my personal opinion that the applicant has met their requirements. I do want to point out that, as I said earlier, we asked the applicants to respond to our comments and action items on or before today, and they have done that. We took the initiative to post on the city's website in an update by the Planning Commission the comments and action items that we sent to the applicant well in advance so that everyone had access to that, not only a select few who may have asked for it. The comments and action items and the responses from the applicant are part of the agenda packet. And so the public certainly has had access to that. So I do not find the issue of timing of the receipt and availability of these items to be compelling to stand in the way of the Planning Commission moving forward one way or the other. And I would say the same thing if it was decided to deny this application. As far as I'm concerned, we've had adequate time to assess these matters. A lot of the comments that we have heard, but for a few new issues that have been brought to our attention, which I believe we have adequately addressed, such as whether or not the public hearing was properly called. We have been addressing these issues, the traffic, the parking, for 2 years now. And I don't believe that it is fair to say that we haven't had adequate time to understand what these issues are and how they can or cannot be addressed, or who's responsible for them. I do believe that we should impose conditions in connection with any approval make on some of these matters, and I think that the suggestions from Mr. Kaufman are very good ones. There are some others that we had even discussed at the last preliminary site plan review that we can also incorporate into any resolution. And so I now just ask, is there a motion?
Did you want to open it up one more time for the public to see if there's any additional comments? Just because we didn't specifically announce that we were doing Spotlight as well. Or maybe you did. I did. You did? Yeah. Okay, I missed it. Okay.
How do you want to proceed?
Rick?
Yes.
I just want to kind of follow up on what you said, particularly with regard to the applicant's need to move forward today. I reread the CDP of 2010 in preparation for this meeting, and I found an interesting paragraph on page 79, and I'll quote it. It says, "In the search for an appropriate means to manage, quote unquote, the visual and historic texture of Rehoboth Beach for the future, the city realizes that the community designs is both an art and a science, and that appropriate solutions are difficult and prey to many political and economic judgments. It also realizes that its views of community need may not match the views or economic needs of all potential applicants. To this end, the city will examine, one, means to be as flexible as possible in the administration of any regulations to preserve the freedom to build for an applicant who is working to produce a thoughtful and responsible addition to the community." And I think it kind of addresses some of the concerns we have here. We have people in the public who are concerned about various issues, safety and location. You have the applicant who wants to move forward, and it's an art. I don't mean to be use a pun here, but you got to that's how you have to manage it. So I think the CDP really addresses this issue.
Thank you, Barry. Any other comments? Yes, Lee?
Yeah, I was going to jump back to parking for a moment, but kind of as part of a bigger point. I think the difficulty that many folks are having with this is that it's a much different part of town than where clear space exists today. I agree with Mark that nobody has an issue with parking around their current location, and that's because they've been dealing with parking there for 40 years. I mean, you just can't park around there, and people just don't expect to park around there. Whereas this part of town, the residents that live on the streets behind there aren't necessarily used to this kind of volume of traffic and this type of volume of people looking for parking. So I think that's one of the reasons why, a lot of people's feathers are ruffled is that, I mean, I live I live on Henlopen, in that part of town, and, we have the luxury of not, having a lot of people parking on the streets other than the residents or the renters. And that may change as a result of this, but maybe it's time for, to look at it on a citywide basis. And like we talked about, maybe there's some implementation of some type of parking restrictions that favor residents, but it's going to be an issue that's citywide. I don't think it can be little subsections of the city. And, people that live in houses that are a block or two off of Rehoboth Avenue are probably increasingly seeing, as Rehoboth becomes more popular and more busy, people trying to park on their streets. And so maybe it's something that needs to be focused on sooner rather than whether it comes through the planning commission or the council or the streets and parking committee, but start looking at things like that to address this particular parking issue, which is residential neighborhoods that are close to commercial development. And Rehoboth there's only so many places to develop, and I think it's going to push to the west. I think there's going to be more development near and around clear space because it's just too dense closer to the boardwalk, and it's just going to become more and more of an issue. So I think it's maybe something that needs to be looked at as a city as a whole and kind of wrap this neighborhood into it.
I just also want to say, there were a lot of support for clear space by those who, wrote, even if they were opposed to the current location. The clear space seemed to be something that virtually everyone wanted to see remain here. And I've read all of the correspondence and taken all that into account and the concerns that people have. And so I don't want anybody to feel that I'm not listening to them. And I'm just trying to look at this from a very practical standpoint. Where the city is at this point and what the city wants to be in the future. And I'm also taking into consideration, although not yet incorporated into new CDP, comments that we received in our survey from members of the community. And there was an overwhelming percentage of respondents to a number of questions that touched on this subject, that arts and entertainment was important to them for their quality of life, and that it was important also from an economic standpoint for the city and its overall sense of place. And things do change. 2010 was a long time ago. Things change more rapidly today than they ever did in the past. And I think that the community survey that the Planning Commission did last summer is very telling in terms of what the majority of members of our community really want to see happen here. And I take to heart suggestions, that it could be in a different location. We don't have many locations or any other locations. Swapping it with the VFW doesn't make a lot of sense. It's not a bigger property. That parking belongs to the city. Asking the Langfords to, instead of pursuing plans to just rebuild it as a theater in that location on Baltimore Avenue, you can't dictate to a landowner what he wants to do with his property. Suggesting it would be better if it moved out to the highway is not in the best interest of the city. It doesn't contribute anything to the vitality of our downtown community. It doesn't do anything to help our restaurants and shops, and it only boosts something that is clearly indicated it wants in the city, further away and less accessible. So those are all things that we have to take into consideration. I understand from Ann that we do have an email from some member of the public. Ann?
She's muted.
Ann?
Yeah, I received an email in from Bo Lauder of Sussex Street. And he said, how can they possibly pass this with basically the same questions, stipulations they did in July that were basically ignored or provided at the last minute? Further, there was not one caller in support of this.
Well, thank you for your additional comment. Please, the record, stands on its own. I also understand that Mark Metzger would like to be recognized. Mark?
He's joined the call, but his audio isn't available.
Max, do you have any way of communicating with him?
I do not.
Well, I don't know what we can do in that case. I also want to say that I know that there are two things that an applicant would like to two standards and criteria that an applicant needs to meet. And one is certainly that it is code compliant, Chapter 270, and it meets the building code requirements. The other is that it is compliant with the comprehensive development. I too went back again, not that we haven't all been knee-deep in 2010 CDP. I found a number of areas in the CDP that clearly articulated a view that our city is changing, and made several recommendations for code changes to provide more flexibility. Made particular reference to the need for redevelopment downtown that included an emphasis on culture and arts. And I find a lot, and it throughout the CDP, and not just in one place. And I also found that fairly and indicative of even 2010 CDP. View for the city was that the city would to encourage redevelopment and to include arts and entertainment as a key component of that redevelopment. And it's just unfortunate, in my view, that the city hasn't been able to implement the flexibility that was called for in the 2010 CDP into our code to allow for that type of redevelopment. I am sensitive to the parking issues, the neighbors. I also recall the original plan had a parking garage that was also not particularly well received, and for very legitimate reasons. It was an unenclosed parking garage, ramp coming up, rear building along the property lines for those residents, potential for 28 cars backing up at a ramp, seeking to exit onto Rehoboth Avenue, headlights and gas fumes becoming a nuisance to those properties. I had thought that the elimination of the parking lot was viewed as something positive by those neighbors. Perhaps I was mistaken. I, for one, and I know Chief Banks, feel from a safety soundness standpoint, the elimination of the parking garage was more beneficial. It was safer because we didn't have cars crossing over pedestrian sidewalks, patrons coming out at the same time and trying to get onto Rehoboth Avenue. From a safety standpoint, I think that was a net positive. I know that we have parking needs in town. I personally put safety over as paramount. Having 28 parking spaces added to our infrastructure here in town. So I'll pretty much.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
if you'd like, Mr. Bechtel is available.
Just Tom Evans wants to speak in, and I'll let Mr. Evans speak, and then I'm going to close.
He's saying Mr. Bechtel.
Oh, well, okay. Mr. Bechtel is now available.
Nothing further to add. I have nothing further to add than what I wrote to the Planning Commission.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mark.
Excuse me, Chairman.
Tom Evans.
Mr. Kaufman has raised his hand too.
Yeah, let's go to Tom Evans, who has indicated he would like to talk, and then I'm going to close the discussion.
Excuse me, Chairman.
Yes.
I have a member of the public. Her name is Donna Mabry. She would like to know if she can speak again. And also have a question from another member of the public, which is Harvey Shulman. He's wondering if, let me pull that email up. He is wondering if there's going to be a hearing on the Rehoboth Spotlight application.
Yes, we're going to move to a public hearing on Rehoboth Spotlight when we can hearing on clear space.
Okay. Thank you.
Did Mr. Evans still want to speak? Mr. Evans?
He's muted.
Muting.
You're live.
Oh.
You got me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm still showing as muted.
Can you hear us?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, this is not Tom Evans, this is White Sturgis Dodge. I was also listed as someone who wanted to speak. It gets confusing because we're using the same email.
I think it's Sturgis.
Is that Rick? Hi, Rick.
Hello, Sturgis.
Hello, thank you. I just wanted a couple of points. One is that, again, I would just really hope that the Planning Commission would use every aspect of the CDP in making this decision, you know, about safety, well-being, fair, character, aesthetics, in making this kind of decision. I also, there are a couple of the things that are just a concern to me. One is the parking situation. And Rick, I heard you say, you know, felt that the city needed to take responsibility for managing parking and pedestrian problems. But, you know, it seems to me that the decision that that ClearSpace has made to proceed with a plan that circumvents the need for on-site parking is what has really created this problem. And that their scheme at this point to have two different properties is, well, why it may conform with the law, with the you know, terms of the law, it violates the intent and the intent of the code. With and my thought is this, that the Planning Commission needs to look and see whether the code as it's currently written that regulates the use that ClearSpace is proposing, if that's consistent with the CDP. And if the code as it's currently written is consistent with the CDP, then I would advise for a vote against allowing ClearSpace to proceed with this scheme to avoid managing their own parking. The other thing is, and I would just ask if the Planning Commission feels convinced that this particular size and configuration is, as the applicant purports, the only thing that is feasible financially. And again, I may be missing some points that they've previously.
There's 30 seconds, Sturgis.
I got it. There, I may have missed points that they previously made, but to my limited knowledge, you know, what we have to go on is simply their statement that this is the only financially feasible option that they have. And I just would hope that would be examined more fully.
And if she wants it, I now yield my other 3 minutes because I was also signed up.
Do not wish, I don't wish any more time. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Sturgis. Public comment is now closed. Yes, Steve.
Are you ready for a motion?
Sure.
All right, so I'm going to move approval of application 0220-03 for clear space with the following conditions, which are to be pursued in good faith, best efforts. The first is that the development of a traffic management plan and pedestrian safety plan with the city to see what can be done at the circle, or in terms of the safety for both traffic and pedestrians. That secondly, that the applicant pursue possible increases of the buffer by interacting with the adjacent citizens to see if things can be done on private property that would increase the buffer on their side of the property line.
Froze up.
Attenuation techniques with a noise attenuation expert.
Steve, can I slow you down? With the last we heard from you, you froze for a little bit. The last we heard was increase the buffer on both sides of the property line, then you cut off. Could you start again at that point?
Yeah, that they pursue the possibility of increasing the buffer on both sides of the property line by interacting with the adjacent residents to see if things can be done on their properties that would increase the buffer and their protection. The next one was noise attenuation. Did you get that?
No, you cut out.
Okay, that they pursue the possibility of additional noise attenuation measures, and they should retain an expert in that field to look at those things. The next one was that they provide a full set of plans to be viewed by the public and the record be held open for 2 weeks at 2 places, one at Town Hall and one at the theater itself. And I'm saying that with the understanding that if issues are raised concerning the architectural plans only, none of the other things, that those issues can be placed into the record, and then the applicant and their architect can deal with the possible resolution of those. And then the last one is to provide potentially a parking mitigation plan along the lines of what Commissioner Macha suggested. Those were my recommendations, and I'm obviously willing to have additional amendments or other conditions added by.
I want to ask about that before I want to vote for them. Tell me what the difference between
before Mark.
Yep.
There's a motion on the floor.
Okay.
Is there a second before we go to discussion?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. Yes, I seconded.
Okay. Now we're open for discussion on the proposed motion. Mark?
Buffering and the noise piece, I'm having trouble understanding what the difference is here. If they're within the city code and the decibel level is what it's supposed to be, are you asking them to possibly provide something on somebody else's property that would make it even less noisy? Or are you asking them to wrap everything in their building? I'm trying to know the difference between the noise and the buffer.
Can I, before you say something, can I add on to Mark's comment? I was also concerned about this one for a couple of reasons. When I made the point, I thought the public didn't have enough information to understand what was being proposed. And in my mind, it's quite possible that what's being proposed exceeds what their expectations are. It could also not make their expectations, but they didn't have enough information to get there. And I thought it was a inadequate information to know what the resident's position is. My personal feeling is that this is a theater. There's almost nothing more important in a theater than sound, and that this could possibly be the best sound attenuated building already without us having a condition. I just wanted to get the information disclosed, not like a penalty back and forth kind of thing.
Yeah, and I was thinking we could just wrap this into the current code. So it sounds like we're already code compliant, but as it relates to the noise decibel meter that Chief Banks talked about, in my mind, the condition is if by chance we don't fit in that noise threshold, that there will be obviously, remediation.
Okay.
Just to call that out.
Do you want me to respond to these comments?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, I conditioned my conditions on best efforts.
Yeah.
Good faith best. So in turn, there are two different things on the buffers. One is noise attenuation. Nothing says that they can't try to increase the noise attenuation by the use of techniques, for example, wrapping the mechanicals on the roof. And what I'm suggesting is that they retain a noise expert, an acoustics expert, to make some suggestions. So that's the one that deals with noise attenuation. The other one is a visual buffer. There's a 10-foot buffer at the back of this building and the property line, and there's already a green, a planted buffer. But I'm suggesting that they talk to the individual homeowners to see if there's additional things that they can do within reason, and that can be, that are not outrageously expensive. On the properties themselves, they would have to be given an easement by the individual to do that, or the right of entry. But as I said, all the conditions that I've listed are best effort conditions, not absolute.
That's good.
I have a lot of concern with Steve's second proposal about the buffer. I understand good faith effort to sit down and work something out, and I think that Mr. Paulson has gotten that message loud and clear. But to put that as a condition, it just seems to me to open up future conflict. I can see now where Mr. Paulson goes to the neighbors and says he made good faith contact. Neighbors say no, he didn't, and then we get back into this issue all over again. I'm not in favor of including that one. I think it just opens up a can of worms for potential conflict.
Point well made. I accept that.
All right. Been working with a draft of a resolution. Ann, could you please put up the draft resolution that we sent you?
I think she was going to include a link at the website, so if anybody wants.
Oh, and a link to the website on this draft resolution.
Right. So if anybody wants to see the resolution in just a few moments, it'll be available at the city's website in the agenda.
And I guess on one of the conditions, Steve was proposing with respect to the availability of the architectural plans.
Yes.
One thing that is problematic would be having them available at City Hall, since there is not public access to City Hall at this point. I'm not sure that that is something that we can accommodate. I don't know if Mr. Paulson is willing to have them available at ClearSpace, perhaps during established hours.
So again, I heard that was an aspirational goal.
Right.
If it's something we can accommodate at City Hall, we will, and if we can't, we won't. And I think the same goes for Clear Space. If they're able and willing to accommodate it, they should.
Right, yeah, that's a good point, Glenn. I mean, you can make an appointment in advance to come into City Hall at a specific time. And so that probably can be accommodated through building and licensing.
I also wondered if there's a way somebody involved can make them available online. The complaints I saw were people trying to access them online. And I don't know whether the architecture firm or ClearSpace or somebody can make them available electronically somewhere to make them look full size on the screen. So that might be an ask as well.
I think that's an excellent addition to that. Again, but the time period would be just the 2 weeks that I suggested.
So Mr. Hunker seconded the motion. Right. Mr. Hunker, would you agree that aspirational goal could be revised?
Yes.
To include, yeah, okay, thanks. And I wasn't sure, Mr. Kaufman, did you remove your proposal to meet with the neighbors as to buffers?
As a condition, I do agree with Commissioner Covington. I still would like the record to reflect that it's a suggestion that they do interact with their neighbors if at all possible.
Something you could, I don't know whether you like this or not, Steve, but you know, the city arborist has to get involved at some point as a neutral party. So that might be a way to have a discussion with an expert there who, you know, might be able to point out pluses and minuses with both ways.
I think that's an excellent suggestion, Jeff. I agree with that.
And Glenn, I agree to amend my second to include that.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
I had a feeling that was coming.
Yes. You know if the resolution is up. Yes, Mr. Paulson.
Thank you. I had a question about access here for the drawings. We are operating under COVID and we have summer camp next week with limited access to the building beyond students and staff. So I would hope that the City Hall arrangement could work. I can ask our architect about the volume of the records and whether it's appropriate to have them in Google Drive someplace. I have no objection to making them available. Just using the theater space, I don't think is a safe option for us. Thank you.
I think ideally putting them on a Google Drive makes total sense for 2 weeks. If your architectural firm can manage that, that would be great.
Okay.
A link available.
I would accept that amendment.
Is there anything else to add? Oh, I guess that's a you thing, Rick. Is my second closed? Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Please bear with us. I think their phone is shut down while they have to dial back in. We're good?
Hear you.
You are unmuted.
Okay, everyone. Rick, you have
You
Okay, I think we successfully reconnected us. That was challenging, but I just went up a technology level and the city staff rescued us. I guess that means we've been going on for quite some time.
Well, I don't think anyone's really been talking.
Okay.
I think we cut off when Wes was completing his comments, only to clear space to view the plans and his hope that the City Hall appointment arrangement would work out. We'll certainly work on that. Do we know yet Ann has the link to the proposed draft resolution been added to the agenda package?
Rick, sorry, I think you missed one comment there at the end. I think Wes is going to check with his architect to see if we can put a link up to Google Docs for folks to access, and he's going to pursue that.
Yeah, and Wes, if that is possible, if you could just notify us and so that we can put a link on the public website here.
Happy to.
And has the draft resolution been added to the agenda packet? And
Yes,
it has been added?
not yet. It will be in about 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, I want to be sure that the public has an opportunity to take a look at that. So in the meantime, are there any other discussion on the motion pending?
If I could,
Yep.
Mr. Chair. So in the draft motion, there are a couple conditions that would be required conditions.
Yes.
And I'd like to speak through those and see if the motioner and the seconder is agreeable to them. The first one is that, make sure I have the right. Yep, the first one is that the site plan of the property shall be in accordance with the site plan prepared by Grimm and Parker and also prepared by Mirstone Consultants. So I just make reference in the resolution to the most recent set of plans we've received, just to ensure that the approval for the site plan is based upon the plans that are submitted and the plans don't get changed. The second required condition would be that the notation on sheet C1S, I'm sorry, I think I have it. The notation on sheets C1, C2, C3, and the post-construction site stormwater management plan, indicating that there's a line to be extinguished by this plan, to be removed from the plans. That, remember, this goes back to the discussion we had about whether the property boundary is remaining or not between lots 4, between lots 415 and 417. Recall that I said earlier that if they were actually extinguishing that line, they would need to come to the planning commission, but instead, those two properties are being merged for zoning, but I don't want the notation on that plan to suggest that that lot line no longer exists. So that would be a condition of approval. The third condition of approval is that the approval would terminate if site plan review application number 0620-03 for Rehoboth Spotlight is not approved. So one approval would be dependent upon the other approval, since again, we're recognizing these as being a complementary set of buildings. The fourth would be that all proposed improvements in the city's right-of-way are approved subject to the approval of a license agreement with the city. And in the event that the city rejects the license agreement for the proposed improvements, the improvements may be deleted from the plan without terminating this conditional approval. So there are some proposed improvements in the city's right-of-way, plantings and such, that we would always want a license agreement through the city for those items that are on city property. But this condition would say that in the event the city rejects that license agreement, that those improvements would not be required to be made, and this approval would still remain. And then a condition number 5, that no rooftop terrace would be permitted. So those would be not aspirational, but actual conditions of approval. So would the motioner accept those, and would the seconder accept them as well?
I do. Thank you.
Mr. Paulson wants to say something.
Not quite
Can
sure.
let Mr. Hunker say that he's in agreement?
Yes, but our applicant's waving at us.
I have a comment on the lots. This is Wesley. We purchased 3 separate lots. They were separate. 417 remains separate. The 2 lots that are being joined for whatever technical reason are 413 and 415. 417 still stands alone.
You're correct. That was my mistake.
Okay. That came up in an earlier discussion by one of the callers, and I wanted to get that cleared up.
Thanks.
Thank you, Glenn.
Yeah, so I approve, and I think he's
All right.
Is there any further discussion before we take a vote? If not, then we'll move to take a vote, and Mr. Weber, if you could do a roll call, chair has to vote last.
And please, when you're voting, state why you're voting the way you're voting, and remember that you are able to rely upon reasons given by other members of the commission when you vote. So it's perfectly fine to say, I vote yes or I vote no for the reasons stated by my colleagues, or specifically the reasons stated by one individual. Remember, the record is important, and if a court were to review this decision, they'll be looking to what you say right now during your vote as to why you're voting how you're voting. So please give some thoughtful reasons for why you're voting how you're voting. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Trunzo.
So I think we have to be unmuted first.
Or
You're unmuted. I can hear.
You're using the phone.
We hear you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm getting fatigued. I vote to approve. The reason I vote to approve is because the site plan is fully compliant with the code. Number 2, I also believe it meets the spirit of the CDP in that arts and culture are very important to the community. I don't think this is a scheme. I think this meets this arrangement of properties allows the art and cultural institution to remain in this.
That's it. Mr. Covington.
I vote to approve the same reasons that Jeff stated. I think it clearly is supported by, or it follows the city code, building code. And I think it does also follow the spirit of the CDP. And specifically in the executive summary of the CDP, in the very first sentence, it reads, cities and regions that thrive in the 21st century will be identified by their lively neighborhoods and business districts, cultural and recreational attractions. Page 75, it says that we want the city to encourage creative redevelopment of selected properties of Rehoboth Avenue. I've also looked at the survey questions that were sent out, and this speaks to what Rick was talking about earlier. And the questions were, if they like to see cultural arts increased or supported. 95% responded in the positive. So for these reasons, I vote to affirm.
Mr. Hunker.
I vote affirmative for all the reasons I talked about. I do believe that this theater company, not just ClearSpace, but a theater company, and everything they do, from soup to nuts, as they would say in my business, from children to variety of all ages, that it serves the community extremely well, and I think it will be a good addition, and will work with the city on all the things we just discussed.
Ms. Matcha?
I also vote affirmatively and agree with all of the other commissioners' reasons why. I will also just call out in the CDP survey, question 13, that states 55% want arts and entertainment here in the downtown Rehoboth area and want to support ClearSpace. Secondly, Q29, question 29, 84% of our residents believe that Rehoboth Beach should promote arts as an economic strategy and as a key component of our quality of life. Thank you.
Ms. Lucier?
Yes, I am voting no. And I know that this is going to go through, and I want to wish them the best of luck. They do a wonderful job. I agree with that. The reason I'm voting no is that I just want to go on record in honor of all the citizens, mainly, who have taken the time and effort to do so much work. But I am concerned still about the safety and the health and the overall parts of that area. But the main reason is that I want my vote to reflect that it was brought up that in the application that there's a new thing that I'm hearing in different applications that have come up with a creative language where they change the words, whether it's an embellishment or it happens to be another floor, or whether it's an office that requires something and therefore we change it to something else. And I just want future applicants to know that that the citizens are aware of this, and whether the commission honors it or not, that we were made aware of that in this. So I know that this is going through. I want it to be successful. I think they do excellent work. And I just want to have that down on record as a warning for future applicants, that it is known and it has been noted, this new creative language. So thank you and best of luck to you. I think it'll be a wonderful place for us. Thank you.
Mr. Strange?
I'm completely conflicted and face a total conundrum on this, and I really am in the view of Commissioner Luzier, in that the original application, which I think which had parking, was a horrific structure and totally inappropriate, and didn't match the CDP in any form or function. Whereas this one is very creative and is much better for the CDP, is much better from the standpoint of using the zoning that we have, which is Euclidean zoning. We don't have form-based zoning. And so that means that if you happen to be located in a residential area that abuts a commercial area, there are a lot of risks associated with that. And I think this new design addresses those and does it exceedingly well. On the other hand, there's a whole series of issues from the standpoint of that creative language, which I think creates precedent, which I'm exceedingly concerned about. And so therefore, as Joyce said, I wish them well. And I think I totally support the cultural considerations and having it be a magnet within Rehoboth. And I think it's very important. I'm not so sure if the geographic positioning or the creative language that was used to get us here is in the best interest of the town. So therefore, I must vote no, unfortunately.
Mr. Kaufman?
I vote yes. First of all, I base it on and incorporate the comments of the other commissioners that voted yes completely. You also vote yes based upon a full and complete record. and which has had more than sufficient time to be considered. And I also vote yes based upon the fact that it's in full compliance with the existing comprehensive development plan and with both the zoning and building codes of the city. And finally, I vote yes because it's a cultural asset which the city should nurture and retain.
For myself, I vote yes for all the reasons for the other commissioners that voted yes, and I think it's in conformance with code and with the CDP, the spirit of the CDP, and I think it's important for the economic vitality of the city that these are difficult times. Restaurants are having a tough time in town, and one more thing that's going to help them out in the long run. And those are the reasons that I voted yes. And Mr. Perry.
I am voting yes for all the reasons that my colleagues have expressed who are also voting yes. I think that this is definitely something that is code compliant and also complies with the spirit and intent of our 2010 CDP. A number of you have indicated and quoted from the 2010 CDP language to that effect. And I also want to note that on page 92, one of the objectives is to enhance the location's unique identity and development potential. And then it specifically refers to the gateway. I think that the addition of clear space to the west end of Rehoboth Avenue will definitely be an enhancement to our gateway and something that will be very attractive and that will continue to support the vitality and sense of place that we have here in Rehoboth Beach. With that, the motion carries. Thank you all for participating. We will now move on to the public hearing for Rehoboth Spotlight. I might suggest that we take a 5-minute break if that is okay with everyone. And let's please keep it to 5 minutes.
Chairman, I just want to say that I will be dropping off visually and I will call in. Max, I will, the 202 number, but I will be calling in.
Okay, Max, did you hear that?
I didn't catch the number, but I'll let him in.
I'll give it to you. It's 202-246-275.
Thank you.
All right, I'll see you guys on the other side.
All right. I got another here.
to, but we brought some for you and Dad.
You brought something, what?
You brought some for you and Dad.
Oh, okay, well, we can have them tonight or tomorrow.
Mr. Honker, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Great.
I'm back.
Hey, Max.
Yes.
Did you lock the door?
Yeah, I know. We'll have it, have talked about
It's my granddaughter's 9th birthday, so I'm expected at dinner.
Rick, can you hear us?
We're just waiting for the building inspector to return.
What is that one?
Mr. Chairman, he's coming.
Okay, thank you.
What's his name?
He is one of my pictures. It looked like he's a warlock.
Oh. Does he have one of those? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Not exactly.
I'm gonna get one. Okay.
Okay, Dom is here. We will reconvene then and begin consideration of the public hearing of site plan review application number 0620-03, Rehoboth Spotlight for the property located in C1 zoning district on lot number 141, block Rehoboth. The address of the property is 417 Rehoboth Avenue. Public hearing has been requested by Wesley Paulson of Rehoboth Spotlight, owner of the property. Mr. Molina, do you have, well, before we go there, let me first reiterate that the comments that the city solicitor made at the beginning of the previous public hearing with respect to the propriety and of the setting of the public hearing applies to this public hearing as well. Likewise, the comments made by the commissioners with respect to any potential conflicts of interest apply in insofar as they are participating in the consideration of this matter as well. And we can now proceed. Ms. Molina, if you have anything to add to your previous report to the Planning Commission in connection with this site plan, can you let us know now?
Yes, please. I just wanted to say that there was 124 square feet of the pump room that had to be lower to 12 feet. Otherwise, the building would have been much larger, would have been larger by 24 feet. So the applicant did indicate that they would adjust that and submitted modifications to the plan. That was addressed. The building as is proposed by the applicant, there was concern about the fixtures. They have a total, the plumbing fixtures, they estimated an occupant load of 223. And they have satisfied all the requirements under the building code for the number of fixtures that is required. Now, there is on the second floor what appears to be a unisex bathroom, if it's of important, which I don't believe it's so. Whereas the other levels have I would consider a male and a female bathroom. Now, there is a movement depending on where you go, and I experienced this in Montreal, where bathrooms are shared. You have a common hallway, but the stalls are shared by male and females. If that is the new trend, I mean, Canada may have a special situation how they resolve those. But otherwise, the building is in compliance. If at any time you need to know the occupant load for each of the levels, please ask.
Okay, thank you, Dom. Does anyone have any questions for Dom? If not, Mr. Paulson, can you make your presentation now with respect to this application?
My comments from the earlier application also apply to this in regards to questions about traffic, parking, and patron safety. I don't really have anything else new to add to what I've said earlier. So I will just look for your questions or clarifications on any points.
Okay, thank you. Do any of the commissioners have any questions of Mr. Paulson? Yes, Mike.
Yes, Mr. Paulson, my question is with regard to the adjacent property, which is indicated as owned by Double J Properties, and design of the Spotlight building. The wall that abuts the other property, it's taken under, which you're permitted to do under the commercial code, within 3 inches of the property line. My question is, since that's showing on the drawings as a finished wall, do you have permission from the property owners to gain access to it so you can actually build that part of the building or finish it?
We have had very good discussions with the owners of 419. We are proposing, he has no problem with the construction of the wall, for the time it takes us to mobilize, put the wall up, and then vacate the property.
Okay.
As an aside, his biggest concern was there was a rather strange cable run from a cable box across our lot, and he wanted to make sure that that was not disturbed or it's moved first. And that was his biggest concern more recently, was that we don't interrupt his cable service. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other questions of Mr. Paulson?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. There was one other I had.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the other was in the campus design on the easterly wall. of the Spotlight building, you showed two external, looks like trash dumpsters in the drawing. And there doesn't appear to be any capacity for trash in the clear space building. Is that particular one for the entire site? And that is in fact what they are?
No, sir. Those dumpsters shown there are for the Spotlight building. The trash collection for the Clear Space Theater building is inside the loading door, or that stage door area to the east side of the building. And I think they're shown on the floor plan.
Okay, I may have missed that.
That's okay.
Thank you. Any other questions?
This is Mark.
Yes, sir.
I know I'm not on video anymore, but this is the building. I just want to make sure that we had the discussion about the outdoor space, that we corrected that Mr. Paulson said it was not to be used as a terrace or anything. It just,
right.
And I just want to be clear about that.
Yes, there is no outside use of this building. Mark is referring to a setback from the second to the third floor to meet code, and that's just a roof area. We have no plans to do that, use it for anything. It's too small, and yeah, that's.
Thank you. I just that from July I remembered that. Appreciate
thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, we'll move on to public comment. Let me say that we are going to incorporate all of the comments that the public made in connection with the previous public hearing on the Clear Space Theater into the record for this public hearing. I would ask, given the time, that if the members of the public participating do not have anything new to state, that they indicate that, and we don't spend time repeating the comments that have been incorporated from the previous public hearing into this public hearing. With that, I will go to Mr. Schulman.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Please let me know when I can start.
You can start. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, the writing's on the wall, but let me say, I think this has been a rush job with very few exceptions. Little or no concern by the Planning Commission has been given about the illegible plans and the late filed documents. In terms of past Planning Commissions, we were not always unanimous in what we did, but we were cautious and fair and deliberate. And we bent over backwards to make sure the public had meaningful input. There has been a real disappointment here in how you've marginalized meaningful public participation, despite what many of you have said. And you've marginalized it by approving plans that the public couldn't even see because they were illegible, and that you couldn't see until you got bigger plans. And you marginalized the input by giving the applicant, it took 30 days for them to answer your questions, and we had 3 days to digest what they submitted. That is not the way these things are supposed to work. As for code compliance, I suppose it will be up to the mayor and commissioners or a court to decide if there was code compliance. But make no mistake, there was no code compliance here. I addressed a couple of times the merger and consolidation of lots 415 and 417 under the pre-2015 law. Not a single one of you has explained why those lots were not merged. None of you. You've talked about lots 413, 415. No one has talked about the history and what happened with 415 and 417. And the reason is because it's not possible to show they were not merged. And so what you've done as a result is you've justified their non-compliance improperly with the parking provisions. And the absurdity of that is that You didn't even pick up the applicant's comments about the students and staff coming next week. And the fact that parking requirements apply to education-related facilities, including
There's
spots,
30 seconds, Mr. Schulman.
including spots for students and staff. You've approved buildings with no offices? Really? Now, if people don't like the parking law, they should have gone to the mayor and commissioners to get rid of the parking law. I'm not justifying the parking requirements, but they are the law, and you are supposed to be upholding the law. We had a problem with Oak Grove subdivision. There were a number of things that couldn't be done because of the zoning code. We worked with them, so the mayor and commissioners made changes to the zoning code. What you have done here, you've made a mockery of the parking requirements.
Thank you. The next person is Gary Classic.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. This is Gary. I'm here. I just want to state that the comments I made during the clear space part apply here, but I also have some additional comments. I agree wholeheartedly with what Mr. Schulman just said. Number one. Number two, the Spotlight Theater building is going to need to be monitored by the city so that the practice spaces in that, as shown on the plan now, do not evolve into office spaces in the future. In the July 10 Planning Commission meeting, Clear Space boasted of their creative approach to create two separate buildings, which they believe allows them to avoid parking altogether. Considering the project as two buildings for parking purposes sets a bad precedent. Personally, I think it's going to come back and haunt you. It sends a message out to the real estate development community that the Planning Commission is open to and even encourages, quote, creative, unquote, interpretations that eviscerate the zoning ordinance. A creative way to provide parking rather than avoid parking should have been required. A zoning ordinance is a document that the community should be able to rely on without slick attempts to evade its goals. Finally, I'm especially disappointed, Mr. Chairman, that at the July 10 meeting, the Planning Commission voted to move this application to August 14th, contingent on the receipt of additional information in time for its review, including the public's review. The requested information was received, I was made aware of it in the last 48 hours, and therefore was inadequate time to review and comment appropriately. And I left the end of the July 10 meeting, Mr. Chairman, as you were going to allow time for adequate public review. That's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Liza Trey.
She's not on the call.
Okay. Donna Mabry.
I believe she's dropped off the call.
Edward Shnosky. He's still on?
He's on. I've unmuted him, but I'm not sure if he's paying attention.
Okay, well then we'll move on. Jan Conacy.
She is not on the call.
Mark Betchko.
He does not appear to be on the call either.
Jennifer Duncan.
Not on the call.
Carlton Savage.
Not on the call.
Suzanne Good.
Yes.
I'm here. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm shocked, but not shocked. But the brazenness, Mr. Perry, with which you have carried this out, and the officiousness with which you have spoken, both on July 10th and today, is beyond the pale. It goes even beyond what I anticipated. This is not a planning commission, which depends on Ms. Matcha talking vaguely about partnering, I guess, with M&T Bank or with whoever else to set up parking. It doesn't negate the need for the 28 parking spaces, which were such a fair deal. And I don't like the smugness with which Clear Space is pushing this through And I don't like that a falsehood was stated by Mr. Perry that the neighbors were worried about the prospect of exhaust, fumes, and headlights from 28 cars that a partially unenclosed garage would cause. Mr. Perry omitted that ClearSpace didn't want to spend the extra money that an enclosed garage would necessitate. Well, too bad they have USDA rural development loan at their disposal. They needed to build that discrete garage. The ARC's garage is not even visible from the avenue. The whole thing is so disturbing that I am embarrassed to live in this town with a planning commission that is totally ineffectual and appears to be corrupt to some degree. Mr. Perry sued the city, and now he has raped the city. Thank you.
The next person is John Swift. Mr. Swift? Mac, he's still on?
He's still on and unmuted, but I'm not sure if he can hear
us.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, can I begin?
Yes. Yes.
I just wanted to make sure Mr. Molina talked about those code compliant plans and about the ceiling being 12 feet. So supposedly those plans were revised because at first they were not code compliant, but they were brought down to 12 feet. I hope that the ClearSpace is going to provide those plans and make them accessible on that Google document. I also want to mention to the Planning Commission, my partner Ron Bowman tried for 2 months to get into City Hall to view those plans after FOIA requests, and until we get a hold of Sharon Lynn, I can't tell you how many times he was trying to get through. So making things accessible would be really critical at this point and not blocking the access and hiding behind COVID. I do want to, we're not against ClearSpace coming there. We just want things to be followed, the code to be followed. There's some conditions that I think should be followed and considered. First one is, if ClearSpace does a show, then another performance or event shouldn't be running at Spotlight Theater for at least 3 hours. There's an overlap. They start at 7:30, and then at 10 o'clock, they're starting another show. Tell me that 256 people coming out of ClearSpace are not going to impact the Spotlight Theater when 50 more are coming in at the same time. So keep that in mind. Hopefully, the stormwater management is being taken care of because 25,000 square feet coverage of this building is going to impact the rain coming toward our property and the adjoining neighbors at the Arc and other locations. So I hope you've taken that into account. The exterior walls, we really think that the SPC 60 is the minimum that should be given, not starting at that, but that's just the beginning. The trash for ClearSpace and Spotlight Theater, we hope will remain on the side and not in the back of the building, because on the present plans, the Spotlight Theater, the trash cans were in the back. We think rideshare drop-off pickups should be created and not be used as using the fire lanes, but that seems like that's what's going to happen. If the floor area ratio is ever changed, no rooftop terrace should be permitted on ClearSpace or Spotlight Theater. On Spotlight Theater, they have a cutout in the back. I hope that you'll put a condition on that so that way that building, being a public building, is not going to be overlooking our private pool, because being at 40 feet tall, 41.8 feet tall, they'll be overlooking our pool. The HVAC mechanicals on the roof for the theater, we hope they were moved for
30 seconds.
ClearSpace. We hope the ones for Spotlight Theater will be moved to the front. Spotlight Theater has a gift shop and practice rooms that are the same size as the offices that were in the prior plans. We hope that those are not going to be converted to offices, because it seems like that's what things are being set up to do. I just hope you'll find time to take a look at that. One last thing, construction trucks. Please make sure concrete, steel, and other deliveries should be not allowed to travel down Rehoboth Avenue, circle to Columbia, Sussex, and come up Rehoboth Avenue. Please make them come in State Road. I sent this in earlier, and it's posted on the site for this meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Ron Bowman?
Yeah. Ron Bowman, 100 Sussex Street. I have a prepared speech, but I'm going to eliminate a lot of it because much of it has already been talked to and addressed. Much of it still deals with parking and traffic. I applaud ClearSpace, and I look forward, as I've said, from the very first planning commission 2 years ago. I want them as my neighbor. But I am disappointed that this commission has not talked about the traffic issues and the parking issues. And I heard everyone approve everything for ClearSpace in the last session and talked about the importance of cultural arts. I'm 100% with you. But in that same CDP, we have discussions in Chapter 7 about traffic management and parking. And you mentioned that this is a city problem. You are our city appointed officials to solve these problems, not just put in writing about how to make things better in the future. Things like this make a difference in the future. So to allow companies and whatnot to come into this community and not provide parking or not provide a plan or not give some depth, we've all read next door. We've all read the issues. It's not like 2 or 3. In a 24-hour time, we had over 100 people voicing concerns over this. You are the ones that are supposed to help us. You are the ones that are helped to speak to residents. We have a planning commissioner who is a commercial person. Speaking of not hearing sound across the street at his restaurants, that's wonderful. But I'm 10 feet away. My property's 10 feet away. This is not a retail store or a restaurant where people are talking. This is a performing arts center with amplified sound. You must recognize that difference. To put the minimum of 60 in that wall might satisfy some architecture person or an engineer person, but it may not satisfy me in my backyard. And if I'm supposed to, if my only recourse is to call Chief Banks every time I hear music and amplified noise, I'm trying to avoid those problems. So sound mitigation is something, we talked about best efforts and maybes, but once it's built, that mitigation's in the wall. That soundproofing in the wall. There's nothing you can do after they build it 42 feet tall and 50 feet wide. It's done. So are we to call Chief Banks when there's a problem? I say do it now. It's not going to happen later. You can't put a blanket on the wall and say it's fine. It's not. Stand up, make a condition that has teeth, and then that way, when Mamma Mia and Rocky Horror or whatever is going on in that theater, they can play that music to the volume that impacts the audience the best, and the neighbors are not negatively impacted. That's all I'm asking. So I ask you to really consider that maybe 60 is not bad, because on a chart it says 60, you won't hear speech. It'll be inaudible, but you will hear bass noises. Well, what about amplified speech and loud music? I want them to be able to perform that music and speak that loud, but I also don't want to have to hear it in my backyard. I welcome ClearSpace. I hope they do the right thing, and I hope they work with us during this building process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Marie Hedkovich?
She's no longer on.
Chad Sunsunik?
All right, thank you for your time today. I appreciate everything you guys do. I also echo Ron's comments, and that's all I can say right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bo Lauder?
No longer on the call.
Michael Bednarik?
Not on the call.
Janice Miller?
No longer on the call.
Tom Evans or Sturgis?
Yes. Hello, you there?
Hello.
Rick, others?
Yes.
I'm a former 20-year chair of Board of Adjustment. I take my duties still seriously. Rick, I assume you're in City Hall because you and Glenn are the only two with masks on. Otherwise, you're hiding from the truth, which is that this is going to be appealed to the mayor and commissioners with new mayor and commissioners. You are not doing your job. You're not following the CDP, and you are being disingenuous on so many fronts I cannot tell you. And I'm going to leave it at that, or I'm going to get angrier than I am. And I hope you all do well, but you are making a terribly wrong decision, so you're going to rubber stamp the same thing you did before. And I believe you are incorrect in your decision if you plan to move forward on this case. And Glenn, you should inform them better as an attorney for the city. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Anne, have you received any emails from anybody?
Yes, I have. I received an email from Marie Hetkevich. She has 6 comments. I don't know if you'd like to take them individually, their questions, or if you'd like to hear all 6 of them at one time.
Why don't you give us all 6?
Okay. The first one is, will Spotlight be built at the same time as the Clear Space Theater building? If not, when? And is there any guarantee to the city that this building will be built? Number 2, there's a food establishment indicated on the first floor of Spotlight, ? Is this a public-facing cafe? 3, will alcoholic beverages be served at Spotlight and at the larger theater building? 4, is the gift shop the box office? 5, at the community meeting, Wesley Paulson said there would not be concurrent at the same time events between Spotlight and the theater. Can you clarify that, given that the information he submitted to the Planning Commission indicates otherwise? 6, can a condition be placed on a future sale of Spotlight, and for that matter, the larger theater, so that neither is sold as a music venue or nightclub?
Okay. Mr. Paul, you comment on the timing of the building of Spotlight vis-a-vis the building of the theater?
It's our plan to build them together, depending on funding, but it's our plan to build them together.
Is the food establishment on the first floor public facing?
Yes, it's designed as a leased space that does not serve alcohol. And regarding the theater, we have a gathering license and we do run a concession in the theater during intermission and pre-show.
And I believe the next question was, is the gift shop the box office?
The gift shop will have the option of selling tickets, but it is not the prime box office.
You did, the next question was whether or not you would be running concurrent performances in the theater and in Spotlight. I do recall that you...
I said no, and that's still true. There is usually confusion looking at our schedule because when we have run the later night comedy show, that starts after the other show has closed, and we don't run them concurrently because there's usually people who go to one and then go to the other. So you can't start one if the other is not closed.
Okay, thank you for responding to that.
Thank you.
I'll open this up for discussion among the members of the Planning Commission. Anyone have any comments? Seeing none, and is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I will make a motion to approve Spotlight application 060-03 and incorporate the same condition that we had in the previous application.
Okay, I'll second that to keep it the same way.
Wait, just reading those one more time so we're all
Yes.
clear.
Okay, it was Mark. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the site plan application Spotlight, Rehoboth Spotlight, with the conditions incorporated into the full, same as the ones in the approval resolution for clear space. However, I believe that there are some conditions that do not apply. Is that right, Glenn?
Well, you had no rooftop terrace. Is that going to stay?
Well, no rooftop terrace would still stay.
It'll flip in that the one to the approval of Spotlight must happen for this one to be good. That condition will flip and say the approval of clear space. As to the removal of that one notation that I mentioned,
yes.
That would be not on all the sheets that I mentioned last time. This time it's just on sheet E1S. But those are the only changes.
Okay, do we need to put that up?
If the motion and the second are okay with those changes, it's just
Yes,
all the same conditions, when you make them specific to the drawings for Spotlight versus the drawings for space.
I'm okay with it.
I'm okay with that as well.
Okay.
Glenn, there was also requested a condition be from the public that a condition be put on with respect to the transfer of the property. I assume that.
We can't.
Yeah, we can't do it. I didn't think we had the ability to do it. Okay. Is there any further discussion? If not, Mr. Weber, could you please call the roll, and again, please state your reasons for vote.
Alonso.
Okay, I'm voting yes for the reasons that it's code compliant. I think it meets many of the conditions of the CDP, particularly the vitality of the town. It's a destination that I believe pulls people in for cultural enrichment and enhances life throughout the city, the other businesses, residents. It makes Rehoboth a desirable destination. And finally, the parking situation is relocated. I don't think it's altered. So I don't think we're really changing how many vehicles come through the gateway. And that's it. I support it.
Covington.
I support it as well for the same reasons I gave before. It's code compliant, and I think the CDP encourages us to develop cultural areas for the city, and for those reasons, I support it.
Mr. Hunker.
I also vote in the affirmative for the reasons my co-commissioners just gave, and also what I had said earlier. I believe that this building especially will allow them to bring smaller and better events targeted to our community. So yes, I vote yes.
Gotcha.
I also affirm this decision, and I agree with all of the commissioner colleagues that have mentioned their reasons. In particular for me, it is code compliant. It reinforces what has been in the CDP for years. I think this smaller venue will also serve a variety of different age groups with different types of venues.
Ms. Lucier.
Once again, I wish them well on Spotlight. I vote no for the reasons I did before. This area is now going to be 7 times as large as it is right now. I believe in growth. I don't believe in overgrowth or weighing down certain areas, but I know it's going to go through, so I wish them well, but I really want the reservations of this creative language to be in the forefront of the following planning commission. Thank you.
Mr. Strange.
I vote no as well. Although I think that the embodiment, the physical embodiment of this 2 structures is far superior to the original submittal 2 years ago. I think, unfortunately, and I agree with Mr. Schumer's observations, that in this particular case, needed from a land use planning perspective, the use of a stiletto, and all we had available was a meat axe with the current code. And I think it does not serve the city well from that perspective and has very negative future ramifications. Although the concept, the cultural importance of it is very important, I think the physicality is going to turn out to be a problem.
Mr. Kaufman.
I vote yes, and I incorporate and restate all of the reasons I approve the prior application, clear space. I do want to go on the record and say that I am rather disappointed and surprised at the acrimony and some of the statements that were made that tried to denigrate not only the commission, but the chairman and the chairman's integrity. I don't believe that that is appropriate for this type of meeting. I certainly think that people should air their disagreements and go on record with their disagreements. I'm rather new to this commission. I have very seldom experienced that type of acrimony in hundreds of public hearings that I've participated in the course of my career. And I really think it's inappropriate and should not happen again. Thank you.
For myself, I vote yes as well for the same reasons I stated previously, and I also wanted to reiterate what Mr. Kaufman just said. I also, in my prior career, attended hundreds of hearings, and I don't think I ever experienced the type of language that I did today, and I certainly hope that it doesn't occur again in the future. Mr. Perry?
I think he just called. Oh, I'm sorry. I vote to approve this site plan for all of the reasons that I stated in my previous vote with respect to Clear Space Theater. And I do want to say that, you know, I don't see that what was proposed here is a circumvention or a scheme. I think that it is completely code compliant, and I think that it is compliant also with the CDP. Among the all the other statements that have been made and quotes taken from the 2010 CDP, I want to add that there was also a recognition that the Planning Commission is often forced to make decisions which, while ensuring compliance with code requirements from a land use perspective, are neither in the best interest of the community nor consistent with the applicant's desires. And I believe that what we did today is in the best interest of the community as a whole, and that is our obligation to ensure that applications that come before us do in fact provide what is in the best interest of our community as a whole. And I do hope also that ClearSpace will work with the adjoining property owners will indeed use their best efforts as set forth in the resolutions to address to the best of their ability the things that we have identified and that are important to their neighbors. You do have to be good neighbors, and I trust that you will fulfill those responsibilities which we have placed on you. With that, the motion carries, and this public hearing is now closed. We will move on to a couple of remaining items on our agenda. If I can just pull it up here. We have the building inspector's report.
That was circulated electronically to I believe you, Mr. Chairman, and AM Womack for circulation earlier in the month.
Yes, it was, and it is also part of the agenda packet. Okay, thank you. City Solicitor's report.
Mr. Chair, I mentioned that a brief in the beach walk litigation was filed earlier this week. It's available on the city's website. It's our opening brief on our motion for summary judgment. So this relates back to an ordinance adopted by the commissioners indicating that the previously adopted ordinances, including the one that limits each property to the one main dwelling, would be indeed applicable to the applications that were pending at the time. So that piece of litigation is a brief at the city website if anyone wants to review it.
Okay, thank you. Future Planning Commission meetings. As I alluded to at the outset of this meeting, we do have a workshop meeting scheduled for next Friday morning, beginning at 9 a.m. To begin public discussion of the topics to be addressed with respect to the development of the Belhaven Hotel. That meeting notice has been posted, and on Monday, certainly by Tuesday, an agenda with topic items for discussion will also be posted on the city's website. And I understand that we should have some additional information which may actually have come in today. I will check as soon as we are out of this meeting from the Belhaven Hotel, and that will also be posted on the city's website. We also have a special meeting scheduled for Friday the 28th, beginning at 2 o'clock, which will be primarily devoted to the CDP. We have not yet posted notice of that meeting, but we will do so, and if there are any other items that properly should come before that meeting, we'll add them as well. I do want to thank everybody for, well, let me first ask, Ann, are there any new applications that may have been submitted? And she's got it. Oh, okay.
Chairman, I have no new applications that have come in.
Okay, thank you, Ann.
Rick?
Let me, hello?
Hi, it's
Yes.
Rachel. Just for planning purposes, any thoughts on how long the meeting will be on the 21st, starting at 9 to discuss the Belhaven? Just for planning purposes.
Well, I'm anticipating that it will go no later than noon. Because the Board of Commissioners has their regularly scheduled meeting beginning at 2 o'clock, and the city staff needs time to get things adjusted for that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions, any conflicts with any of those meetings for anyone? Okay, let me just close by saying thank you to everyone for participating and for sharing your time, your expertise, and thoughtfulness in considering these two site plan applications. And I also, want to thank the staff here at City Hall for the tremendous work that they've been doing. I know Ann's been working late into the night to be sure that everything that was coming in was being posted as quickly as possible so that the public would have access to all the comments and information that was necessary for the consideration of these two matters. And a particular thank you to Max Hamby for, his yeoman's work at trying to keep everything moving and letting people participate and working with everyone to be sure that they had access to these meetings and could actually, participate fully. And so we do greatly appreciate his work and his team's work. And thank you also to the rest of the staff of the city for being so accommodating to us, and particularly since we have kept them well past their hour of departure, and especially on a Friday. So thank you to all of them. With that, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you all. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, everybody.
Stay safe. Bye.
Take care.